Mic test, mic test. Hello everyone and welcome back to another Buddy Bison stream. I hope we're all having a wonderful day today because I most certainly am, because we are back with the finale of Tales of Arise. So let's get on into it. Last time we went and fought the Red Woman.
Be on your guard.
And we saw, Voran again, and he was all chained up, and then he blew up. And yeah, that was about it. We learned some truths in the various terminals about Alphen being the sovereign, along with Volran being it's an artificial thing. along with the history of the maiden. So, also pretty good. As Fontano indicated last stream, it seems like we're going up into an extended story section, followed by the final dungeon. So we should have plenty of time to do that all in tonight's stream. So this hopefully will be the last stream of Tales of Arise. And I think if I remember right, Fontano said there was like a fun post-game quest, so I'll also try and do that, see what that's about. But not gonna do all the post-game stuff, just a little bit. So yeah, let's move forward. Civilian Park Zone. Tailless behavior, yeah, true, tailless. How's it going, Gearho? Thanks for dropping by.
What the?
Oh.
When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
We're in space.
The
How is
lights
it
are
dark?
all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Maybe.
Doe?
How's up?
You two. Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
Oh yeah.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being
Got a
controlled.
game, Lightyear Frontier, Max Storm and Comfort. Nice.
He told me about
Never heard of
Tarnigan
it.
too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
I killed him. Hate me.
Stop casting me off, just for once.
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
Obviously, yes.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
Dude, so elite.
If
Much
so,
professional.
then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Oh no, not riots. Whatever
Forget
will
the Sovereign.
whatever shall happen.
I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Yes, a lot of
Suffice
stuff
it to
actually.
say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was.
Bum,
That is,
bum, bum.
if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
We need a musical number, like all
At
great
ease.
JRPGs.
Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest ranking person in Lenegus right now?
This guy is Dohalim.
Lenegus wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then.
And my guide.
Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
We got some work to do
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
because he's a lie, bitch.
Won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
The second, the female was Toa's voice actress,
Now,
Poodle.
fellow remnants of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Hello.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Yeah, what's
Hold
up?
on. He should be in the crown contest. Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But but I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Bright, because look, light. Haha, perfectly timed. Good job, Dohalim. It's so bright.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
No, darn it.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
Yeah.
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
Take your own
I'd
fate
say
into
we
your own
found
hands.
someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
Congratulations, Dohalim. You've been elected the fucking king.
You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
We're gonna institute a democracy.
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a
Yay.
feeling that here in Lenegus, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things.
Birthright or conquest?
Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
Immediately gets blown up or something.
You go
I
finish
can
whatever
finally
it is
move
you've got
on.
to do.
No, you can't.
I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegus till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
He'll be back soon enough,
Indeed.
right? He'll be fine.
Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegus who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Okay. Dohalim, Renan leader. Max AG by 1. Ground dash. AG 4. Jesus. Advanced Earth are the Gushous Rock of an Earth Fissure. Improved healing arts. Easier perfect big guard. Increased down damage. What do I have you working towards right now? Increase rod extension limit time. Honestly, let's have you go for improved healing arts. Not that I really think you'll need it. Like, if we're being 100% real right now, I have a strong feeling that I am probably pretty darn good for the rest of the game, given that I was able to beat all of like the super bosses, or not super bosses, but the extra bosses. I have a feeling that I will be probably pretty fine. You know what? Yeah, get increased art, cast resilience. Okay.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
Yeah.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
Yeah, we're all important to the success of that plan,
In
right?
one sense,
Surely.
when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord. How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
He was pretty
Even
cool.
if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
Yeah, he was pretty cool.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Yes. You've been doing a pretty good job, Alpha. Wiping the slate.
How long have you known?
Known what?
Yeah.
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter?
How long have you known
But
that I killed
yes,
people?
I have.
A person.
I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Hey,
Leave the
Wolf Slash.
past where it
How's it going, my
belongs.
man?
We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
You'd be like, oh,
Not as
honey,
proud as
I
he
love
would
you.
be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Even the nest. Jesus.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Very.
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh?
Girl, spill that tea.
I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last.
Oh.
It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings.
My eyes
I'm
aching.
happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if
Or
I'd say
knocked in my
sad.
left hand.
There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
I don't want my
Rinwell's
baby to
right.
go.
You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
Who taught Hoodle how to fly?
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was.
Don't know why I'm yawning
If
so much.
Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left
I mean,
behind.
I am all comfy, sweatshirt and pajama pants on, but like I'm not overly tired. I mean, I did wake up a bit earlier than usual today.
What do you
Like,
say
a
we check
decent
back
bit.
in on the ranch?
Let's cook before resting. Obtained ore. Tack up M. It's only 11 minutes. I don't have a tuna, that's why I can't make sushi. Tack up S. Defense. I'm gonna attack up T. You know what? F it. We like elemental attack. She does good damage. No reason not to. I feel like I don't need to have defensive-minded stuff all that much anymore. Okay. So now you can get next one. You know what? F it. Just in case you need to go into the fights, we're gonna get you those. Okay. Great accessory. Still can't make the most important one. That's fine.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Then I guess take out departure area. Go. What? Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Wolf Slash. Thanks for dropping by. We will be finishing this game tonight, by golly. I am not stopping until those credits roll, at the very least. Even after the credits roll, I still have to do at least one post-game quest to get Edna in our party. Makes me wonder if she's going to be fully voice acted, or if it's just going to be like voice lines taken from previous game, taken from Zestiria. Yeah. Nope. Just checking the mini map so I don't get lost. This area, because this area is decently big, but it does have a few different open spots that can kind of get confused with for each other. Okay. And Knight's still talking to those children. Can't get back to work now, can he? Now, why was it necessary to not have me fast travel here? Like, was that so important? No fast travel for you, even though the cutscene is on the ship.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
That's fine.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
Yeah.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet.
Hopefully.
The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissalma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
Maybe.
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Oh, hello there. Renwell, that scream was warranted. Thank you. Was not expecting Red Woman jump scare. Oh no, they're using tractor beam. Oh, there's a lot of them. I thought there were only like 4 or 5. And you just teleported us, I presume. So is it one entity that can make copies of itself, or is it identical entities? Ugh. So bright.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
Oh no.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Presumably.
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone, look there!
Okay. Oh. Fucking Rena's been cored. What? Yo, okay. That's cool. That's really cool. What is all of what's all those lights? And a big ass flower? That seems like it could be a final dungeon. Okay. So, with Rena being all cored up, it makes me think that the invasion 300 years ago was also simultaneously like the last of the Renans.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
Maybe, hopefully.
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Well, shit.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here?
Game
We're
over.
watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Yeah, but I have to vocalize it.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
I'll use the fire sword as propulsion. Because we're in space.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Is it gravity? A tractor beam? But yeah, like so that's interesting. So the same side of Rena is always facing Dana, and that's how you can have the illusion of an occupied planet. Because all you see is the good face of it. That's really neat. Okay, and then another starship.
We managed to get moving,
Pulled
but
us in.
where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Because we're the key to solving this problem.
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Sorry. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. Maybe I'll try and make it an early night tonight, depending on when this stream ends. Out of reach.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me.
Yeah, you know, law's
Besides,
welcome.
I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
All the time.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
Yeah, you got us.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern.
What do you mean, no way? You could just, you know,
Until I get rid of
tank the
these
pain.
thorns, I
It's
guess I'll have
fine.
to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Yeah. Friendship. Lightening the mood.
Boo!
Ah! What the... Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
We're on
come
an
on.
alien
How am I
spaceship.
supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Because we should be nervous.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Sorry, just coming in. Wise wisdom. Oh, okay.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, Our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
Rena is not either.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Because
Dohalim.
it's probably not a good thing that the planet is not a
Who's
sphere.
the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Keep them calm.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Awaken the Wedge.
Which would mean that whoever's behind
Oh,
all this
jeez.
is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Probably.
Try to stay calm.
For
There's
them,
so
at
many
least.
factors we don't understand. Dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
Oh,
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you?
yeah,
You
that's pretty
notice
good.
something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Okay, we can finally move forward. It's a lot of skits. Central? Okay. Gotta love how they give me a whole bunch of options. And I don't know which ones are available. Upper? Okay. So literally just Central. So why would you not just limit me to Central anyway? Tell me just Central is available. Is this another healing pod?
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
Okay.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
Hello?
It doesn't look like it can move.
Okay. Is it an alien?
Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
That voice
can
sounds
talk.
familiar.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that. Just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
Exactly.
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way.
I now know everything about you.
Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
Okay.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil.
Ganquill.
The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Okay.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Okay.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The planet
The
itself.
true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit.
It is meek.
Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents.
Okay.
So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
So how much SP you given, though?
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Hell yeah. Let's do it. Let's
I'm
kill a
sorry,
planetary
did you just
god.
ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Yeah, we love good vengeance.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Well, that's kind of like blackmail.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
34?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Oh, okay.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break right here, and then we'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. So let's get back into the game. There we go. Okay, find the others. Yeah, okay. So was not expecting aliens.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
I was able to follow a good
At
chunk.
the very least, everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy.
Sorry.
That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
Because it's an a-hole.
Why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
We are going to kill a planet.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renins? How do they factor into all this?
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renins once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go get some answers from some people? Upper? Yeah, we'll start at the upper and go down. Okay. Viewing deck. Oh wow, that is decently far out there. Okay. Was not sure the actual distance between right here and Rena. Although I guess they did say that the station had drifted such that the Helganquil weren't beholden to the thing's will anymore, so we had to be a decent distance away. Oh, hello, people.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renin?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Never really thought of it myself.
The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
I do.
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
We got 3 people.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Faisal with Hevric 35 for a long time?
It must be a wild time every night with this many people
I couldn't tell
here.
you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Whack?
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
Hey, Keith.
And you've been working
It's
for
going
Hevric
well,
35
thanks for
ever
asking.
since?
How about you?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans.
Going well, a little tired?
As long as they don't do anything
hope
obvious,
you rest up.
a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Oh.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously.
Interesting.
Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Want to talk to
Don't
people.
you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Well, it's asking us to kill the planet,
Thank you for answering our questions.
Maybe not. Yeah, so we found out that, so just for your information, Key, we found out that Rena, the planet, is, like, mostly mined away. Like, the side that was facing Dana the entire game was, like, the good-looking side, and then as soon as you go over the horizon and start looking at it from the side, it almost looks like a cored apple. And now there's a big magical flower on the other end of it that's sucking all the energy out of our planet. So, yeah, it's a pretty interesting thing. Although I will say, based on the fact that they introduced this game, right, in the opening cutscene, they say, hey, the Renans were space invaders and Zoogl's aliens and stuff, that, like, them dropping this bomb with being like, oh, yeah, actually, here's, like, another race of aliens and, like, other planetary bullshit. Like, it is not as surprising. Like, it doesn't seem out of nowhere, which I am grateful for. Right, if like you went through a pretty standard fantasy setting and then just out of nowhere it was like, and then aliens, you'd think, okay, you guys just didn't know what the heck you needed to do to get this story going, and you just threw in aliens for no reason. In this game, it's like, no, actually, we started with aliens. We front-loaded you. It appears to maintain constant monitoring to ensure nothing approaches Dake Faisal. Okay.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
Obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Oh?
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
He didn't explain much, frankly.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Oh. That's actually pretty crazy. I like how they do like the weird like the zoom in, the spin
true,
zoom.
Then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helgenquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
Racism breeds slavery.
Workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helgenquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danins who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danins that the Helgenquil kidnapped?
Yes.
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
They took all the people that could.
Technology is
So,
truly amazing.
the genetics
the way
couldn't
they
flow
alter
for it
their
further.
bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough. You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
Yeah.
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it.
Interesting
Anyway,
view on it.
The Helgenquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal.
Okay.
They're
You know
also
what?
mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets.
Huh.
I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
That bombshell is
Does he
actually
really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed?
really
Absurd.
cool because that kind
Just
of
when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
because what that does is that
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
brings me back to one of the things where I remember at the start of the game I was like, oh, how convenient that you have two planets that both breeded sapient life and they look identical in terms of like their bodies, right? There is no massive difference between Danins and Renans, not in number of arms or legs or side their organs are on, as far as we know, like not number of fingers or toes, nothing majorly different. But on two separate planets, they just somehow mutually evolved in that way. This explains it. The Helgenquin and the Danins look viscerally different. Like, they look so much different. But the Renans and Danins look very similar because the Renans are Danins. So of course they're gonna look similar. That actually makes a lot of sense. That is smart. Huh. Okay.
Do you know anything
What lore
about
drop
a
are you gonna
spirit
give?
channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However,
Except the
there were
glowing
two
eyes were used
problems
magic.
we had to
Yes.
consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient.
And the glowing eyes is a minor
Second,
aspect
we had to
in
figure
all
out how to convert Dana's energy so
in
it
all
would be
things.
compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helgenquil that day.
Oh, okay. Helgenquil also.
For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps.
Hence
A
the
new
rooms.
sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana.
Big flower.
As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. And yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
Yeah, imagine that. It's like, oh yeah, I've put myself in stasis
He talks like the potential
tens
end
of
of the world
times
is just another day on the job.
to live hundreds of
These
years.
guys have been living
But I had
alone
my
up here
back
for a
turned when shit
long
happened.
time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
They're very disconnected from
Feels like our whole
everything.
world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Your name is law.
Seriously,
That's true.
I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for.
We've got a lot of the
Does
answers.
everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
The
Everything
new
that's
planet
happened,
god was going to
everything
tell
we've endured,
it was going to
it's
be
all
evil.
because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Yeah. Okay.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've
That
all
makes
had
sense.
a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara.
Let's have Alphen go talk to everyone
if the Renan
individually.
Great Spirit really is behind all this, and we've got a really big fight ahead of us.
We gotta fight a
Because
planet.
it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay.
Okay.
You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Hey, Shion, guess what? We're now... we are actually the same species, so we can totally bang and have children together. One problem solved.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Go my
let's hit up
own
each spot.
way. Finding one's footing.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Those fucking Helganquils.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevric 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
Yeah.
But if Hevric 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Because we've been liberating our
At least
people.
I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
In the immortal words of
Really?
Commander Shepard. We'll bang,
Well
okay?
then. If we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
So, my only experience with Mass Effect is watching Castle Super Beast play through it. Or not Castle Super Beast, but Wooly Versus. But the order that they did it was of the two people, one played Mass Effect 1, then the next one played Mass Effect 2, and then they went back to the first guy to play Mass Effect 3, but they're both present the entire time. But in 1, they made Male Shepard do stuff, and then in 2, they did Fem Shep, and then in 3, they went back to Male Shep. Which I'm just like, oh, that must have been really weird. Like, in canon. And then they, like, I think it was for one of the DLC missions where, like, you're supposed to fight a clone of yourself. Like, one of the people in the community did, like adjusted one of the mods so that as they were playing as Male Shepard, the clone that they were fighting was Fem Shep. So it was, like, a bit more canon to, like, oh yeah, like, you are fighting the Mass Effect 2 you. Which I thought was cool. But yeah, that's my only experience with Mass Effect. But, okay, we are... What is with... There are so many more people now. What the fuck? Where did all these people come from? Spirit Shining Plan will soon finally conclude as the Overseer reaches the end of its lifespan. After going into hibernation countless times to date, it's been a long time coming, to say the least. What we're going to do once the project is over and there's nothing left for us to research? We'll always keep observing as long as there are things out there worth watching. Once our time is up, whenever it is, we shall return to nothing. It's a fitting fate for this station and its inhabitants after being cast out into the cosmos. We are just going to accept becoming nothing. That is... I don't know if that is a mindset that I would like to have or not. To just be completely comfortable with your eventual demise. Also, just realized I never talked about the sub goal. So, I said before, where basically I have already a long queue, 11 games, I believe, of sub goal games. So I don't feel comfortable having more sub goals be for games. So I decided I was going to do something stupid. I just have a couple raw garlic cloves here from stuff. If it gets met, I'll fucking eat one. Just like that. That's what that is. In case anyone's wondering what raw garlic clove could mean. It's not a weird indie game, I believe. If it is, interesting name. Interesting name. Got me collapsed again and helped me back up. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I can continue to go about my research. Happy bottle. Some snacks, yeah. And to say, I have never just eaten a raw clove of garlic, mind you. It is not something that I have felt the desire to do. But that's what makes it a sub-goal. Because I would not normally do it. Might as well have it be,
Does he seem like he's doing any better
might
now?
as well have it be that.
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
We haven't talked to him yet.
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
Because now it's not coexistence, it's literally existence.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helgan Quill and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
Yeah, because there is some level
I know
of
you're already
human
aware
choice.
of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And If people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
That is a first step. We need to make sure it doesn't go away. But yeah, damn, like this game's messages are pretty goddamn true. Like, I feel like a lot of people could stand to just listen to that singular skit and learn something. These deck phase of construction plan showing a central elevator shaft in multiple circular areas. Who would have thunk? It's almost like we saw that. Yo, what's up, Rinwell?
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
True.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is.
Because they were stolen.
If Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Because one is light, the other is dark.
Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Just taking it as fact.
At the
as
end
truth.
of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Or die trying. Okay. Let's go talk to Dohalim and Law. Yo, what's up, Law? Hello there, Dohalim. What have you... Are you shaken?
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Having
to say
truths
the least,
just pulled out from under you?
Enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Yeah, because they're going to be a very large minority.
Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain.
Like if they all move
Putting
down to
aside
Dana.
the untold state that Rena may be in. If we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
Yeah, can Rena even be inhabited?
I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on
Cord
Lenegis
planet.
or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
Yeah.
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably.
Okay.
As the one and only blazing sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
You're gonna be
And
like
I
a
take it that
good
you'll
leader.
be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
Nah, I'm gonna do it.
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
Of course I'll help you, bro. You're my bro,
You're too
bro.
kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
Of course.
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Of course Alvin's gonna help. He's a main protagonist. He can't not help. Measures astral energy fluctuations in Dana and Rena. Bearing the unforeseen developments that took place on Lenegis, everything has gone quite smoothly. Even if there are no such aberrations for ourselves, we would likely ignore them. This is not our policy as observers to interfere. Wonder, are Dan still not given surnames of their own? As a crew of attacked as it is, it's nonetheless an effective subjugation tool. I suppose we aren't all that different, though grandiose sounding, ours are simply a means to identify an individual's formative background. What's going on, Law?
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
Yeah, he was out of it.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
It is very
I know
large
this
scale.
is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
You know, like the planet.
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, If you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, I do think it sounds good.
It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Okay, that's all of them.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you,
We're all
Sheila?
looking forward.
How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know.
You gotta get rid of your thorns.
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Okay. So now...
Well,
even
is
more
everybody
story.
ready to do what needs to be done?
This is a long story
I
sequence.
am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy.
We must destroy it.
But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
Hence why they have so much energy.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevrek 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
I'm going to teleport you to the final dungeon, and you're going to go beat the shit out of it with your swords, fists, magic book, and gun.
Our minds are made
That's
up.
what we're going to do.
Let's go give Hevrek 35 our answer.
So
Very
if
simple
the
plan.
Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
Yeah,
First
sorry.
they lumber you with a position
Snuffly
you never
nose.
asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
What?
In any case,
That
if
can
we're
happen?
truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Okay. Just checking. Okay, excuse me. Just gonna blow my nose. Okay. Switch set. Incineration wave. Okay, good. Let's save because it's been a bit. And yeah, let's go to the central, right? The central is... yeah. Okay, and then maybe I'll take a... well, no, yeah, I'll probably take a break in like 15, 20 minutes.
Do you have your answer for me? We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that?
Yeah, I don't have a Gundam.
You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
Punch it.
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
Yeah, but we're not killing
What
Shion,
will happen
though.
to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
Missed the word
This
invariably.
method is the most simple one available to destroy the great spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
Can we get a more complicated
What
one?
are our other options?
Yeah. Can we get...
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die. That we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her.
Yeah.
We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her.
The thorns.
300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
We didn't think of that.
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony,
We can do it.
considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
But then you don't even have a chance of stopping it.
Fine, then.
It's guaranteed to happen.
I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Hell yeah, Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
Oh shit, this guy's real.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
Okay.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
You ever seen a
you're
planet
saying
that was like a
even if we
cord
manage
apple?
to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Okay, I'm in an escape
Man,
sequence.
I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all.
Let's do it.
Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Hell yeah.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
Yeah.
It matters little to me.
Yeah.
The end result shall be the same.
Like, you do you, man.
Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Okay, the truth. The truth about Dana and
Too much
Rena
to
on
ask for Hever
Dig
35
Faisal.
to talk like a normal person. I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away.
Okay, R1.
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia,
Planet's worth.
the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you.
And that was just
Besides,
one
this
core.
is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
I hope this doesn't end with me having to channel that energy and do a really sick sword attack. Yeah. Take some time to completely repair your starship, so I'll get some rest in the interim. Rest. Take me to the flower! But yeah, freaking almost 2 hours to get to the final dungeon. I was expecting like an hour of dialogue. I vastly underestimated it.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Good man.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like a
So you wish for people
grand
to
old
form
utopia.
real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright. To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
Half of my bed's wide open.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Doe.
Did you just... Never mind.
Did you just say
Thank
nickname?
You, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
And then they fuck. Each of the pairs getting their moment.
Why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it.
Hmm.
But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Because it would suck if it wasn't.
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was.
Our bones
It
controlling
made
our
me
meat
want to
suits.
believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
And if it is bad, oh, it's playing a long game. It's playing a long con.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
If you can't believe in
remember what I
yourself,
said about
then
neither
believe in the me
planet's
that
great
believes
spirit
in
reaching
you.
us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
That doesn't sound very good.
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
Wow.
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
We all come together.
Yeah, maybe.
Hevrick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for.
Yeah.
That's who I am now. Who I've become.
I'm gonna go punch a planet.
So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Come on,
Now you
Law.
won't tell me what you were thinking?
Man
That's
up.
not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Come on, Law. Babe, I just thought maybe we weren't meshing anymore, and like, I didn't want that, bro.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Doing fine. Still got them thorns.
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
It was so simple. Back when we had Zephyr.
Ages and ages ago.
It was sick.
Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
What?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
No.
It's true the blazing sword may
happening.
not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay.
Fine.
But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end.
We're gonna be together forever.
I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
It's a promise.
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you.
Because I couldn't feel pain.
I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before.
She wants to so bad.
But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
Give it a day.
You think so?
Yeah.
I do, because Shion,
Shush.
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
We both know what you're gonna say. But
yeah. Okay.
Let's wait until I can give you a nice dramatic smooch or something. Damn, that beautiful space. Okay.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Everybody ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
Yeah.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Yeah, sounds good.
Repairs on your starship are complete.
Perfect.
Everything is
timely.
in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
There are
I can.
cameras.
I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Well, that's good.
Wait, should?
Yeah,
You'll
might not
need
work.
to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go
Well,
back to normal once
gonna
we
be a
defeat
while.
the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
Well, their normal
The
was being
extinction of my
controlled.
people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
Wait, hold
I
on.
have
Did you
one
just use a
last
nickname?
question.
What?
What's up, bro?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
Because we want to. We got stuff to live for.
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
This music's good.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable.
And that's what makes it special.
Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Fuck. My controller was put down for so long that the that turned off. Okay. You go to the fall nets. Take off departure area. There we go. Okay. So, you know what? Before we take off, I think this is where I'll take the break. That way, we can just do it in one fell swoop. So, I will be right back. Okay, and I am back. So, just had to quickly get some water, go to the bathroom, had a piece of naan bread. I actually haven't had dinner yet. I was just gonna have dinner whenever I finished the stream, so I decided, yeah, I should probably help tide myself over with at least a little piece of bread in case I don't get to eat a raw garlic clove today.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
Yeah, good
We
job.
know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
Time to go to maximum overdrive. It is cool seeing all the lights, though it makes me wonder why it's like radiating energy, unless that's just meant to be only light. Oh, that's a cool visual. That's a really cool visual.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Because it's all
Then this
sucked
must
up.
be the hollowing.
Oh, an
You mean
entire
to tell me
planet
this
of
whole
hollowing.
world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
That's pretty
And it's covering
raw.
everything. The entire planet.
Well, no one can live here anymore then.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
Well, we get to stop it now.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
Yup.
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive.
Nothing.
It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Okay. Destroyed remnants, Rena. Just the entire planet, Rena. Okay.
So this is Rena.
Special hours seem to have appeared throughout
This
Dana.
is where everything began. Yet it's a dead
Discover
world?
all of
I
those.
won't
Okay.
let Dana suffer the same fate, ever.
So, now is the point where if you wanted to go collect all the owls and some more of the quests right before going into the final dungeon, now would be the time. I'm not going to,
A
but
hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see.
that's
What
what
do you
all it
think
is
would
for.
happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying.
Yeah.
Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
No one really tried to swim in the Lake of Hollow.
This is essentially a world-sized Renin graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
No, I
Taking
said
an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
I was just curious.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renaissance using the Sovereign and Maiden's power.
Yes.
But just how do we do that exactly?
We feel
I'm
it.
guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience.
So, you know,
The problem isn't just our enemy's
it's gonna be
strength.
fine.
It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
We're gonna have to fight
In
it
other
at
words,
least once.
We need to find some
Probably
way to
2
weaken
or
it in
3
advance.
phases.
The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
Almost 2
We
hours of
might just be
cutscenes.
able to
Yeah,
weaken
they
it
really
enough
dumped
to
all that.
steal the Renaissance, which we can then use to seal it
They're
away
like, we have
forever.
so many questions we need to
It
answer.
won't be easy, but it's our only
Here's the
shot.
answers.
Time to buckle up.
It was like, unless we give you the answers now, we are never going to have a good time to give them to you. So here all of them are. Go to the final dungeon.
Question
Please.
for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
Yeah.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A
Hopefully.
lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renin rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
Not.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renins, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is
Should've
full
been
of
another
labels
comma
used
after
to divide and
Danans.
separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example, but with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
We can have
There will
peace.
no longer be any need for the example. It will have become
Special
second
thing,
nature.
cheese and mustache and
That's
how
where
are
we
they
come
breathing?
in. We can set the example.
Uh,
Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people.
it's
Where
the
that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
yeah. We can show them ourselves. Alphen, marry Shion. It's the leftover oxygen and stuff in the atmosphere. So there's no trees and stuff to produce new oxygen and necessary things to breathe. But you know, there's enough left over. It obviously is not being used by life forms here, so it's just kind of hanging in the atmosphere unused. That's how. Bless me. Okay, let's go get this quest, I guess, because there might be quests that are for me being on Rena.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
But this is the only quest I'm gonna pick up.
I feel like
up the
somebody's
Helgan
watching
Quill.
us.
It's the only quest that I'm picking up. I'm gonna go immediately right to the
realized something.
dungeon after
Is
this.
this about dinner
Also, gravity
last
should be
night?
lower.
I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the
Not
point.
Actually, it should probably
Oh,
be
yeah,
higher.
right. So I
And I'll
was thinking
explain
about those
later.
armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renins inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess?
Yeah.
Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
Hmm.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helgan Quill?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And
Connect the dots, Law!
God damn it!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess.
Yeah.
But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
To know if Astro Energy has mass, but the plan is only yes.
Hugely?
Um,
Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Maybe meat.
Get him, Hoodle.
He's like, I don't care what the armor is.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle.
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
What the heck, man? So we don't know if Astro Energy has mass. All we know is that the planet has been cored. Now, if the Astro Energy retains mass, then you could posit that it's just become more condensed in the core, but the mass is still the same, and therefore gravity should not be different. The rub is that it has now absorbed a lot of Astro Energy from Dana, and therefore should be heavier if Astro Energy has mass. If it does not have mass, then gravity should be lower. I agree. Although, maybe depending on where they got the materials to build Lenegus, that could offset the amount of Astro Energy that has come in if it does contain mass.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
Yes, we have.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegus.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
Well, god damn it.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate
Yeah, we
them.
are just kind of
Exterminate them?
going for them as they are in our path.
That's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
Also true.
You're right. Zoogles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zoogles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
Invasive species.
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way,
So you have a deep
maybe
itch that
people
just
and
will not
Zoogles
go
aren't
away.
so different after all.
Okay, good.
Yes!
Remind me, you two are both born in this current generation of Wrens, correct? That would put 100 years between us, which would make me akin to an ancestor of your generation. As such, I have an opportunity for you to demonstrate the respect due to elders like me. Perhaps I'm reading into things too much, but is such respect truly merited in this instance? I couldn't tell you one way or another, but it seems like he needs help with something. Just listen to what I have to say right now. You see,
Excuse me.
hold on, I can't let you go any further. I had a feeling this was going to happen. You always try to beat me to the punch with these things. I'm surprised you're here to object. I thought you understood that sometimes the quest for knowledge requires that we get our hands dirty. That's exactly why I can't simply stand here and let you do this. I could be losing out on a valuable opportunity. Then let's make it fair, shall we? We'll both give them our requests. Works for me, I have no objections. My hair's starting to hurt trying to follow these two. You must be pretty strong if you admit that. I don't know what you two want from us, but don't expect us to agree to anything. What's that? Are you simply going to walk past an elderly person who's in distress? I don't think the generation gap had gotten so wide that young people forgot their manners. How unfortunate. Fuckers, it makes me not want to accept their request.
Really now?
Alright, we'll hear you two out. One matter at a time. We're busy people ourselves with our own matters to attend to. Fair enough. In that case, I can wait. You go first. Thank you. Now, I was about to say before, I'd like for you to all go down to the surface of Rena and track down a certain experimental Zoogle subject of mine. It's a failed specimen. I ejected it from Dig Faisal, thinking it would dispose of it, but it seems to have survived the trip in space.
What?
You threw it out into space? That's so cruel! And you wish for us to finish the job, I gather. That's partly what I need you to do. More importantly, I need you to collect tissue from said Zoogle. I would never have predicted that it would arrive on Rena alive and well. It merits further scientific investigation. Why not simply go there yourself? Then you could research the creature to your heart's content. Proper field studies aren't my area of expertise. From what I gather, you people are better equipped for such strenuous work than I'll ever be.
I see.
I thought I was being mindful of how I present myself, but apparently not. Sounds like someone's a little lazy to me. We'll handle it.
Agreed.
I have rather mixed feelings, but I won't make any firm promises on whether we should deliver. But if that works for you, we'll look into it.
Very nice.
I'm pleased to see my predictions about you weren't unfounded. In that case, go on and get to work. The rest of my research is being held up by this, so the sooner you finish this, the better. I should also mention the Zoogle in question is a 6-armed giant. It's an extremely violent specimen, so be careful when dealing with it. Okay. Simple enough, I guess. So I'm glad.
The line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
They all keep coming. They all want help. Okay, so took care of that. So let's. I got the bonus Rena side quest. There might be more, but this is all that I care to accept before getting the retirement plans.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
Yeah.
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
Also, what's the average lifespan of a Renan and Dana? I presume it's normal human, like 80.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
You heal good.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Because it is.
Just a friendly suggestion.
One that we will force you to go through it. There is no option. If you thought there was, you're a fool. Okay, so teleport. Okay. So we are going to get to points in the dungeon where it's like, hey, here's the shortcut back to the surface. And presumably 2 of them. One at the halfway point, one at the
Looks
end.
like we walked into that pit of astral energy.
Okay, upper level 3. Or upper level 3rd floor. So upper level, mid-level, lower level. The teleport on mid and lower, probably. Oh, hello there. More red women.
Helganquil.
Now
Guess
just
they don't
as
need their
general
red woman
enemies, not
disguises
bosses.
Wait, can you understand us?
I don't think they care.
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
Well, it does bring to question, how are the red women being controlled? Jesus Christ. Okay. They're a lot weaker. How are the red women being controlled when they're on Dana? Because isn't the... Like, are they still within, like, enough... like, is the idea that, like, they're still close enough?
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that. This one's mine. All disasters
Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now!
Go.
Scarlet Inferno! I'm on it!
Oh, violent magic is
mine!
Okay,
here I go!
Oop.
Exploding!
Don't get caught in the blast.
It's time.
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Inner vine.
Go. Hit you with this.
Lightning tiger blade. See that?
Hang on!
These things do not go up. Go. But yeah, when there's just 6 on the fields, it's so hard to get rid of them all. Big AoEs would be the key. But
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Yeah, it was close to the cores, which had dark ash.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I guess that would
However,
make sense.
if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating
Or
to
maybe
act.
the distance between the two planets is actually less than the
wonder if we're
distance
going to get
from the
attacked
space
again.
station.
If
Level
we
up.
lose heart now, this whole mission is over.
Yeah, that's a lot of
We have to
XP.
stay the course.
Conquill's legacy.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for?
No idea. Helgen.
We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential
Every
to
time
be
they
great
mention
indeed.
Great Spirit, my brain
Do you
just
think we
goes
could have
to
got along
the
with them?
curse.
You know, if
Cold
we had met
Steel.
under different circumstances.
I'm like, huh.
Like-
There's,
Like all of us, you mean?
there's some level of
I suppose it's difficult to say for
correspondence.
sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
God, Jesus.
Just look at the size of that thing. And Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. Oh, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Probably not
Regarding
many.
the past 3 centuries, at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this.
Gawping.
Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
Never seen
I
that
can
word.
understand where he's coming from.
Gopping.
More to the
Or
point,
gawking.
does anyone know where it leads?
What
That's
do
like
you
a
mean where
mistype.
it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Teleportation.
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Okay, finally. Okay. Calamity Arms. Okay, this enemy type again.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Super swallow dash!
Healing circle.
Okay, so she's learned Shooting Star as a...
Burn in hell!
Go for the weak point.
I'm on it! Ready?
It looks like you got this one covered.
Okay.
Can't get out of this!
Lightning.
Come on, I can carve through
In
armor!
here.
Ready? Here! First strike!
Here's a
Take
hero.
that! Talon Storm! Blew away!
Okay.
Raining Talon Hurricane! Blew away! Oh, now you're talking!
Here's a healing art.
Blew away! Raining
Mega ray.
Blew away! Take this! Raining
Now's our chance.
First Incineration Wave!
Go.
No escape! Talon Hurricane!
Here's a healing art.
My turn!
Rain down and
Burn in hell! I owe you! Blew away! Shouldn't have messed with me!
Hit him with the big. Because this,
Be careful not to overdo it.
because him using his big fire moves is just the.
I'm on a roll now. I really owe you one.
Go.
The enemy is going all out. Try to dodge. It's showtime. Healing circle. Thanks so much. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah. You too.
Try harder.
This one's mine. Where are you going?
Yours to be let free. Burn! Shattering the pieces! Dragon Swarm!
My art can do.
Try this! Swallow dance! Explosive ring!
What now? Resurrection!
There you go! Feel like me again. Here I come!
Okay, I heard you say resurrection.
I'll stop its charge. Thanks, Kisara. Far enough. Holy land! Show you what my art can do.
Take this! Prepare to be sealed! I'm not done! Now I'm in the groove! Blow away!
Okay.
This one is almost in the bag.
You know, I can see how this thing survived going through space. It seems to mostly just be a rock.
Can't get out of this! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Try this! Storm! This one's all mine! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes!
Thank you.
Tenebrous claw!
Here's a healing
Double
potion.
demon fang!
More grenades from Eagle
Not ever!
Here, ready to go.
Ignite!
Sweet now. This will come in handy. Healing circle.
Now I can let loose. I owe you one.
It's just gooping.
Burst of light. Rain down. Reload. Damn it. Out of ammo. I never miss.
I'm just getting armor won't save you!
I can do this all day. Here, let me help. First aid.
Just do it!
Go. Good.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
I would say easy enough. That was not bad. Okay, Astral Flower.
We beat it in the end.
Let us harvest what we
37.
can use and take it with us.
Nope. For the sake of it, and then cast aside. How sad.
Okay, and you got weak point damage, increase crit damage. You got perfect evade. Let's get KO prevention. Faster AG recovery. Let's get mid-air damage to finish that one out. You're almost there. Strength and guard ignition. Strength and guard counter. Okay. Free will.
I wonder
So
how
many
Renans
skits.
avoided being mind controlled at the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Shion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us.
Yeah.
Without it,
It's mostly
we wouldn't
how
have been
people
able to
were
beat
raised.
hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Got it, Hoodle. We believe in you.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator.
Upper level.
That
Okay. So we are going up.
apparatus there is likely.
Oh.
What the?
I was about to say,
Where did they come from?
I'm surprised that
Concentrate.
I was about to say, I'm surprised that the
coin. Quit pushing yourself and get behind us.
I'll be right as rain in no time.
Like, I'm surprised that they're not having us do a, you know, JRPG patented elevator fight with this obvious elevator, but I spoke too soon.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that? That training's paying off! I'm on it!
Let the marksman handle this.
Good.
More keep calm and take them down. Now!
Good.
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Oh god, we're getting a lot of them here. Oh no, I was slowly brought away.
Not today!
I'll finish you here and now!
I never miss.
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Yep.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Yeah, we are getting a lot of enemies.
Look sharp!
They're not very strong, but there are a lot of them.
I'll crush you!
Big AoEs would be nice.
Tenebrous Claw!
More?
Actually, let me... Divine Saber. Form it one must... an art that combines Burning Strike and Divine Saber. To form it, one art must be charged while the other art must be cast. One must be charged with the other art must be... So can I not just... Okay, I just want to... Okay, is Divine Saber. We're going to go to Meteors. Okay, no.
Here, let me help. Here's a healing arc. Sparkling stars of light.
I
Rain
wonder.
down and purify all.
I want to charge this. And then do it again. Charge magic activation for meteors.
You fight
There
better
we go.
at a distance. The further away, the better.
Okay, 100 types of non-DLC enemies. Hell yeah.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures.
SP accumulated. Increase mid-air damage. Penetration plus 40. AG restored from crit. Strength and magic charge. Overextension limit. Boost strike overextension limit. Evasion distance. Increase down damage. Increase boost. BG. Weak point damage. Mid-air jump. BG at start. Gonna go strength and magic charge. Because that just makes the most sense.
Here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
Yeah, now having the
You think that pit
super
stretches all the way
spells
to Rena's
as
core?
the it's like
That's
the
true.
max level.
This will be a delicious piece of cake. That'll bring you down. Let the marksman handle this. These things really get on my nerves. By the power of
Go.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Well done.
Shouldn't have messed with me.
The waters of creation. Do it.
Well,
Astral energy.
just gonna bring you up really far.
I'll heal you all.
Oh, okay. Didn't realize you were in Mystic Art mode.
Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Thundery Tenebrous Claw, mind you. Good kill.
Check out these biceps. Pretty
Okay.
glorious, right?
Why are guys
Level.
so obsessed with their muscles?
Because these puppies have yet to let me down.
Okay. Cares as to what this is. Figure if I can avoid a fight or two, might be best. Okay.
This will be delicious piece of
In a
cake.
bind.
Illuminate the dark. Come from the power of the heart. Finish without a
Gonna focus.
Two heads. This one's mine.
No.
Whoa, you all right?
Yeah, I'll be okay. Do it.
Commander of Heaven.
Go.
I'm going to use all the power of my
Also, one thing I realized.
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and pummeling to me.
Coming through.
I realized I had forgotten to change the strategy from focus on healing to
I'll bring you back from death to bliss. Rain down and purify all. I'll bring you back from
No
death to bliss.
further. You picked the wrong fight.
I can do this all day.
Flew away.
Only getting that heal. Annihilate it.
You're mine. I'm not done.
Now I'm in the groove. Ready and raring.
Inferno
punch. Now I'm in the groove. I can carve through armor.
Will this illuminate the dark?
Can't get out of this.
Glimmer.
You see what happened there is you crossed me.
I can't hold on much longer.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
I'll crush you.
okay, cool. Let's go reset him.
Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
I will have to check to see how many times that art has been moved. That art has been used.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Whirlwind
Swallow blade.
I'm on it.
Try this.
First strike.
Explosive ray.
I'm on it.
Strike. Okay, here I go. Kisara.
Go.
Commander of Heaven.
We are almost out of CP. Just noticed.
This should make for some good weapon crafting materials.
Accumulated canine
This
vest.
might be some decent equipment.
Okay. Equip. Canine vest, good. CP. CP. Probably should have filled up on CP when or probably should have filled up on some items.
Anything that makes battles easier is
back when
okay
I
by
was
me.
in there, but yeah, I can just once I get whatever the close fast travel is to the final boss, I can just go that way. That's just a big ass.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Big ass mantis.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
No need to
You
fight
mean
it.
like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
Something like
That's
that.
an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrek 35 about it sometime.
Damn. I was hoping I could somehow get around.
Ready and ready. I'll take you all off.
Where are you going?
I'll smash you.
Do you require a hand?
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish
Frickin'
this.
does it. I'm on it.
Okay, can you, like...
I'm sorry. I'll be better. I owe you so much, Rinwell.
Maybe my art This ends now!
Luckily, they're all really close to each other, so AoE was just happening, which was nice.
This could be useful.
Okay. SP accumulated. Brute healing arts. Yeah, ground dasher. Doesn't really matter. Blazing sword. Using valuable CP.
Those thorns.
Better be worth it, goddamn.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
Holy cloak.
I found.
Okay. Nope. Elder cloak. Holy cloak. Yeah, that's good.
Some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Okay. We have big ass. I didn't think that I would be able to, but I was hoping that by some ridiculous bullshit I could.
Careful! It has some kind of camouflage! I'm on a roll, man! It was nice while it lasted.
Strike! And watch it! Void flash!
Sleep now!
I'll smash you!
We'll get you all tucked away.
Blow away! Super blow dead!
Healing
Now in the groove!
Okay.
Oop, okay. Already 10 of respawning.
Lightning reflexes! 10 of
Very. Gets it so quick.
I'm on it!
Let me
I'll
show
tear
you
you
what my
apart!
art can do.
Blow away!
You require a hand. I call upon you! Resurrection!
No further!
A new lease on life. Sleep now.
Dragon shell! Blow away!
Lunar corruption!
Focus!
Fresh! I need it all day. If it's in the sky, it's mine. All disasters
Blow away! Focus ring!
Water, hear my call.
Take this! First strike! Try harder! My turn! I'm not done! I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Ah!
You.
First aid! The waters of creation.
Blow away! The flaming sky is yours to be let free!
I'll heal you all. Hold together, just a little longer.
Thanks for the sympathy!
Get it together. We need you informed.
I'll burn it
Go, just barely. Nice.
Flaming pillar!
Damage. Oops.
Dance in the wind. Here's the healing astral
Hit you
energy.
with that.
Say no more.
Yeah, because Alphen, when he is at low health, that is when it's best to use his
Remember
skills.
to tell me if you need healing.
Chameleon
I
Hide.
expect-
Okay.
She'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Okay. Okay, just big monsters over there. Let's come over here. Take a real quick 2,000, just so I can take one hit, if need be. Not really expecting to have to take a hit, but just in case. Heavy treat, that's nice. Yeah, there are a lot of enemies here. Thankfully, you can just kind of skirt around them. But there are several forced encounters.
Out of our way.
Double demon fang!
All disasters may run. Come forth and heal security.
I'll take you all on! Blow away! Double demon fang! No further!
I'm ready.
Raining slash!
Come forth and heal security.
Blow away!
Whirlwind snap.
Raining slash! Dazzle!
That'll bring you down.
Watch it!
We barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound surprised.
Perhaps I'll put more faith.
This.
Now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Try harder! Not a chance!
Shut
It's
it
on!
off. I'm on a roll
Raining
now.
slash!
Tidal wave. A tower
Take it! Raining
Yeah, that's random
Look
Karamar.
sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
I think I talked about it before, where I'm not opposed to random encounters in JRPGs. It is only when they do not have a system similar to Bravely Default or Bravely Second implemented, where you can, on the fly, for free, adjust what that frequency is. That, to me, is the key indicator of whether or not it is fun. Because if you do not have it, it's kind of just bad intrinsically, if only because you are basically saying, hey, we might not respect your time as much as you would like us to. Sucks to be you. Like, it can work well, it just needs to make sense for it to be present. Otherwise, there should be a different system.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
But I will agree, it is nice when you do have the
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here
when you do have like the overworld sprite. Especially, so one thing that I don't care about overworld sprites is when it's not 100% indicative of what you will be fighting, right? Like, this game is really nice with it, where it's like, oh, you encountered this on the overworld, this number of thing is going to be in the fight. By and large, that is the case in this game, right? I walked into one mantis and that was the only thing in the room, so there's going to be one mantis in the fight.
You always get excited when you find something good.
We should hurry and get this stuff processed.
That's what I like, because it lets me be more prepared for what is to come a lot better. These things are weird because, like, they're not tough. It's really just the fact that they're it's just that as you're working on one of them, the other one will just like throw the chakram on the ground. Okay. That's just extra for a resource. This is just there's a chest over there. Dragon Blood 2. I don't know if that's worth it. Fuck. I didn't want to fight it. And I still don't want to fight it, so I'm not going to. I'm just going to flee from it. Law, you had one job, and it was to dodge for 5 seconds. Yeah. It gets rid of the combo, but I get the combo so fast, and if I really need to build it up, I have happy bottles, so not the biggest deal. Okay, damn. The fact that it's just like anytime you want to use your power on a person, or anytime you want to use your power on the field, one of the things, it's always just 10% of your total. And I'm like, bro, that is so mean. Because endgame, like I feel like endgame, it's a lot worse because you're using a lot more CP. Like, your moves just have a lot more CP stress.
Like this should be easy. No further. That sealed. Here I go. Run away. Tidal Wave. I'm just getting out of trace. Explosive ray. Talon storm.
How much? Okay. Must have done some. Jesus Christ.
Now I'm in the groove. Here I go. I'm only getting started. Armor won't save you. The flame inside me enemy yours to be let free. Dragon Swarm! Try this!
Down to...
It's too much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my heals.
Here I go. Raining Slash!
Yep. Easy enough.
Consider yourself finished.
Yeah, KO prevention is actually a really useful tool with Alpin, because it lets you go super low on health,
You're the one who
kind
did
of
the
for
heavy
free.
lifting.
And you're just like, oh yeah, you know, I am going to probably get hit soon after, but it's not the biggest deal. Yeah, you can just F off. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of forced encounters, then
Hey, look at that enemy.
definitely do
It's
not
shining.
care about the not.
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
I want the box.
I've got really bad feeling about this. Dance in the wind. I never miss. Air thrust.
Can't get out of this.
The waters of creation. Insects should stay on the ground.
Oop.
Don't leave me.
Yeah, I'll just use this bottle. It's easier.
I've got this.
They got me
The
so
mark
hard.
can handle it.
All yours. Okay, here I go.
Water. Here I come. A whirling struggle. Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Freeze lancer.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. This one's all mine.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Explosive ring. Now or never.
Show you what my art can do.
You picked the wrong fight. Blow away. Raining slash. Blow away.
What? You're human.
To stop you dying?
Okay. Right.
Now. Blow away. Raining slash.
Ready to go. Far enough. Medicine working.
Incineration wave. Blow away. Raining slash. Kisara.
Go.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone. I'm going
Not
to
yet.
use all the
I'm not
power of
done.
whirling to accomplish this.
Soaring Light Spear. Inferno Punch. Dragon Shout. Raining slash. Strike. Blow away. Double Caesar Fang.
Do it.
Okay. This better be a good thing.
Am I on a
Don't know
roll
what
or
else.
what?
Well, look who's in
Elemental
a bright
cape, okay.
and shiny mood.
So I'm presuming that each of the chests is just going to have something for one of the party members.
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Okay. Also, let's just save here, because I haven't saved in a bit. Okay, you're a shining one, so let's go after the Haganquils first.
It can hide its own. Amazing.
The waters of creation.
No further.
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Raining slash. Blow away.
Come on.
Raining slash. Blow away. Raining slash. This one's
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better.
Okay.
You and I both.
You picked the wrong fight.
What my art can
Dragon
do.
Swarm.
Rise and shine. Shooting star. Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
That freaking does it.
Okay.
Now you see what I can do. Now I can let loose.
You are light element. Do you have a?
Blow away. Raining slash. It's time.
So that is one thing where I never learned, because I feel like Tails has a weird, almost backwards effectiveness system, right? Where like, isn't fire good against water?
Blow away. Try harder. Not a chance. I'm on a roll now. Not today. Dragon Swarm. Now I'm in the
Try this!
Watch and weep.
Shouldn't have messed with me! Explosive ring! Shattering the pieces! It's this it?
Don't leave me! A whirling struggle. Winds of
Armor
heaven!
won't save you!
Resurrection!
I really owe you one. Take this!
I'll bring you back from
No
death to
further.
this. One more time!
Eagle assault!
Can't get
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
can't get too excited with
I can do this all day. Lunar corruption.
the fire attacks.
Annihilation.
Watch this! Take this!
Outstanding form.
Just get it with a whole bunch of stuff.
Now.
Consider yourself finished.
Luckily, it was just looking at the corner, so didn't really have to do anything with dodging in that last second.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Probably. Okay. So you got SP, easy crit, casting resilience. Sure. In full. That'll be useful. That. Sure, that works. Touch it. Okay. Let's save because I presume that there is going to be some kind of mini boss here, mid boss, not mid boss from Disgaea. That's a different character, but some generic-y kind of thing, maybe, possibly.
What do you think this place was for?
Making
What the hell?
people.
Are they asleep?
No, they appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus.
Test subjects.
Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danon, or rather, Renin bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
Okay, time to fight. Don't know why they felt the need to make that into a separate walking thing for 5 steps. Oh, hello there. You got some weak points, bro.
What is that thing?
An eldritch monstrosity, that's
Something
what.
we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Yeah.
Be careful! It's huge!
Yes. And that's what she said. Okay. Valcinimus.
What is with all the
Oh.
you slumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary Zoogle. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Freeze Lancer!
Soaring Light Spear!
Dance in the
Eat
wind!
this! Point right! I'll finish you here and now! Burn in hell!
Watch and weep!
Now I'm in the groove!
I'll be saving this one!
Here, let me help! I'm on it!
Its head is its weak point?
You'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Incineration Wave!
Here's a healing
Here I
arc!
come!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Now you see what I can
Perhaps
do!
now isn't the time?
I really don't.
It's always the time.
Soaring Light Spear! I'm on it!
God damn it.
I'm not done! Soaring Light Spear!
Dance in the wind!
You're mine! Struck!
A wailing dance right now!
This one's all mine!
Annihilation! Radiant!
Not today!
There you go! Don't let up! I'll heal you
Now
all!
I'm in the groove!
Tidal wave!
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Thanks.
Whirlwind Snap!
Incineration wave!
That.
Look sharp!
Fire attack.
Lightning tiger blade!
Here's a healing arc, skies!
Here I come! Escape!
Radiant Pierce!
Eagle assault! Dragon swarm! Talon storm! You're mine!
The water of creation!
Hurricane! Soaring light spear!
Finish without a trace! Sealed! Let's get you all tucked away! I'm going to make use of all the power of my healing arc to accomplish. They're not playing around! Resurrection!
No further! Now you see what I can do! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn in hell! I'll finish you here and now! Talon hurricane!
Banana, let us go!
Flaming thrust!
Here's the evil!
Be still! Soaring light spear!
Sealed! I'll be saving bring you down! The waters of creation!
You'll pay for that!
Dance in mortal
Soaring light
droplets!
spear!
Sleep now! Precipitation! This'll come in handy! Water, hear my call! Sealed! Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
Now or never!
Burning Freeze Blazer! It's about to strike!
Take this! Look sharp, everyone!
Air Slash!
really owe you one. I'll finish you here and now! Blew away! Raining
Sleep now!
Blew away!
I don't feel like my usual self.
Are you alright? Let me handle this one.
So sorry
Stay
to
away from my
disappoint you.
friend! Void flash!
I'll be saving this one.
You picked the wrong fight!
Healing circle! Too much
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Holy glimmer! Holy
Raining slash!
Resuscitation!
Blew away!
We've got him on the run.
Don't get caught by all the power
Right.
of my healing
Still
arc.
anyone's fight.
The waters of
Here I
creation
come.
show you what my art can do.
You require a hand.
Droplets. The enemy is going all out. Here, let me help.
No further! Start up! Now I can let loose! Watch this! Soaring light spear!
Waterfall. Sealed.
Rising phoenix!
Searing flame. Reload. I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arc to accomplish
won't
this.
save you!
Oh, violent darkness. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah. You
Okay, let's use the life bottle on law.
Sealed. Holy
Be
wrath.
still! This one's all mine! Ignite!
A wailing fury of lightning. Searing flame. Reload.
I'll tear you
require a hand.
In here.
Can't get out of this! Lightning
Here,
thrust!
get you out of
Now
there.
in the groove!
Waters of creation.
Dance!
Here's the evil.
Void flash!
Freeze Lancer.
Watch this! Attack!
Now right. Watch out.
Strike! Eagle assault!
Here's the evil.
Shattering!
Freeze Lancer.
Attack time! Dazzle! Void flash! Strike!
A chain
Void
between heaven
flash!
and earth.
Strike! Dust to
And
dust!
wailing Banshee of
Prepare to be
lightning.
sealed!
Oops. Well, fuck.
Now. Kisara, frozen.
This is fine. Because we all get XP and SP anyway, so. As far as I remember. Didn't want to waste a couple more life bottles when it didn't really matter.
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
Because we killed it.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
Because they're supposed to come back
You
to
see,
Rena.
The winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
One I
That's
don't relish.
Absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was
Long
Rena's
enough.
great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down,
Yeah.
right?
Good.
I certainly hope not.
416
After hearing
SP.
Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
Okay, increase crit damage, which gives me more penetration. Need you from crit hit, devastation, increase counterattack hit rate, down damage, boost gauge from enemy downs. last I need to be charging server bucks. Mm. Let's go for the, actually, you know what? No, because the likelihood that I'll get I'll do this, so I'm stronger when I'm closer to dead. Reach down damage. There's biology.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
Because they probably are the ones who
The
gave it to the
creatures we've been
Renans.
encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However,
Yeah.
based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
Oh shit. That's rough. You can't imagine a Zoogle Hoodle. A Zoodle, if you would. Version. Okay. So this is still can't fast travel out. And Shion's ancestor.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's
Well.
upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa.
Hence
I
inversion.
suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Huh. That's neat. Okay, so that is actually a fast travel point. No, I'm looking for... I just want the inn, so I can... Well, I guess I don't need to buy it now. Right. Yeah. I'm not low. I'm actually decently low on orange gel. So yeah. Let's teleport out. Because then I can also rest up and get all my CP. While also
We've reached our
buying
destination.
everything. Buy, actually, sell. There we go. Buy peach, lemon. Okay. Let's just get you maxed. Let's max you. No reason. Right, we're in the final dungeon now, so no real reason to hold on to anything.
Did we really just spend that much money?
Growing up.
Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history especially.
That's fine.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but you sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there. Even when you least expect it.
You know.
Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
Aw.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature.
Law, stop it.
Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything?
Oh.
What's all the fuss about?
Don't.
Rinwell.
Hey.
Thunderblade!
Fuck.
What the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back.
No.
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every
I,
now and then.
I will say, the fact that she just enters with a Thunderblade is a bit suspect.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
Good.
That's a little out of the blue.
We're doing
Why do
great.
you ask?
Sorry, it's just... I don't know. I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, a lot's changed now he's got his senses back and all.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved.
The fact that he could
But then,
physically
if we
touch me
hadn't
was
met
a
like we did,
real
then
attractive
I never would have
thing.
experienced these feelings, so... I guess it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but I know what it feels like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Shion. But that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it
Yeah.
plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
He was your least fan.
But
the,
that was
your
a long
worst
time
fan.
ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're
Rinwell was a
right.
hater.
There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
But touching
I'll
does
say,
feel good.
Cooking immediately springs to mind. And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your mind that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alphen's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team, right?
Right. Creepy crawly tangent. Okay. First I want to check the blacksmith. Realm Unifier. Ominous Eyeball. Blistering Fang. Okay. So, didn't get those, but I do have the Dragonblood Chameleon Hide, so I'm gonna go with those. Okay. So, Karma. Okay. Do not have the stuff for your book. Oh, Jesus Christ, that book is complex. Oh, those weapons look cool as fuck. But okay, yeah, that's good enough. Do not have the money for anything else, so that's fine. We are now getting to a point where selling weapons might not be the worst thing ever, because if I do need money, which I don't, but if I did need money, also never putting not equipped armor on, which, if I remember right, that's what Fontano said. The fact that they let you sell equipped things is mean. Wait. Oh, fuck.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Fuck. Fuck, did I accidentally... No, I didn't. Okay. Okay. No, his model updated because I okay. That's better. His model updated not because I sold his equipment. It's because I gave him a new sword. Okay. Good to know.
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the? An ambush?
Ambush?
Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zoogle?
No.
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zoogle or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only natural insects would feel more at home here than Menancia.
Which,
In
Menancia
fact,
doesn't seem like
I
it would be a
to
bad
recall reading
place
somewhere
either
that
for
bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
You shut up,
Sounds
bro.
like they're tougher than they look.
Dohalim, you don't say that.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Yeah.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Dohalim, I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard!
Oh! Ooh, a lizard! Okay, rest. Attack up S. Could I? Ooh, attack up M. Yeah, you know what? We'll just go back to elemental attack up because I think that will be good. Because it'll be good for basically everyone at the party. Okay. There we go. Good. Let's go back. I could have handed in the quest, I guess, huh? Actually,
Finally.
Let's go do that. Right. But I have a quest to hand in, and I can get the second one. The second one might be in the second half of the thing.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our
Because
heads.
it's extra SP, so might as well take it. Found Zugi inquired on Rena. Here's the tissue calculator. Wonderful. Looks like I was right to ask. Can't wait to analyze. Don't know how we're see our ancestors going to do a lot, but pull through. Confident in such matters. Not overconfidence. Bridge the gap between Dan and Rens. Finish with them now. Can I take my turn? Do select my research. 455 SP. Yeah, that's a significant amount. On top of getting the SP from killing the thing.
You see anybody around here
Okay.
who could use our help?
There's just a queue.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for you. Finally, my turn. So listen up, courageous. Something want people to fight. Again, why are people always so arrogant when asking us for stuff? That doesn't matter. When I fight as a prototype creature that I specially synthesize, people talk about it as a prototype in their experiments. Is everyone like that around here? Yeah. Why the hell do you have to go and make something so obnoxious? For the pursuit of knowledge, I have an endless fascination with just how strong individual creatures can get. Think will parts determine whether there's something truly strong anything out there. If it defeats a strong opponent, you can be confident stronger than them at least, but it's hard to find a truly satisfying opponent. But then you all appeared as of answering my call. Here, you're quite hardened warriors. Thus, I want you to fight my creatures so I can finally know which is stronger. But like that, it's hard for us to turn you down. What do you think you're doing? We have important stuff to take care of. What happens if one of us gets hurt? Got nothing to worry about. We're more than ready to fight whatever this guy might throw us. Let's do it right here, right now. So what are we doing? Can't do it here. We're gonna see a shovel. We're gonna blow a hole in the station while you fight. I have a good spot lined up down in Donna. I'll try and support you all there. Expect good results. I assume you're ready to fight now. No, actually. Hold on a minute. Maintain time. Yeah. No, I'm not doing it right now. Near death. Okay, so yeah, I want to increase the speed of the charge. KO prevention. That's really nice. That's resistance. Is there any better stat I would rather you finish out? I guess not. Increased awakening attack is always a good one for you. You're almost there, Okay, let's go. Good. Okay, back to the final dungeon. Will say I do like this game's fast travel system in that it lets you leave the final dungeon. Like most other games don't let you do that, or at least not easily. This game's like, oh yeah, we got to a fast travel point, then fucking do it freely.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Okay, Astral Doubt.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
In a bind, stop! Time to let it rip!
Vanish without a trace!
go. Hit you with Mystic Art.
No! Scarlet Inferno! Armor won't save you!
I'll stop its charge. Thanks for the thanks, Kisara.
Does it charge? Okay.
Need to pull myself together.
I'm on! Come here! Bring it off!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. A chain between heaven and earth.
Now I'm in the groove!
Wailing of lightning.
Eat dirt! Talon Hurricane!
Seal.
Eagle Fly!
Blobs in
I'm
pain.
just getting started!
Fury.
Incineration Wave! Eagle
Go.
Fly! Commander of Heaven!
Big damage. When you have a lot of health, you do a lot of damage. when
Remember
you
to
use
tell
it.
me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Okay, Pixie Crystal. Okay. But yeah, more elemental damage is nice.
What are those?
Specifically for
They look like
literally
Shion's
everyone in this
thorns,
party's
and with flowers,
stuff.
too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Maybe? We still have one more fast travel to
Hey,
get, which
Rinwell,
might be
what was
at the
that
end.
thing you said
Or
about
maybe-
how a little bit of Dana's great spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's great spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
Oh god, big flower.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's great spirit?
We
If
could
nothing
hope.
else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured
Oh,
into
yo.
Rena.
And
Spoonies.
how close we've come to the real enemy.
Okay.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renasalma's here, right?
But what if it isn't?
Don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
But I'm just saying.
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrecht 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renas Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
We're gonna have to kill
Not
some
only
stuff.
that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you.
Age comes with. God damn it. So many
The
skits.
floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider
like-
it quite uncouth to
like
show one's true
27.
emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
How? Like, it's not old. Okay, Astral Sloth. What's going on with you? At least it's all voiced. That is true. At least it is all voiced. If it wasn't voiced, then it would be a lot worse.
You made quick work of them.
Want me to pick up your slack then?
Just pointing it out.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there wasn't food.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've
No,
never
I'm
seen
real
Xion
mad.
actually look flustered.
you going? Swallow dance! Watch this!
Here's
The
a healing
flaming
arc.
sight
I can't imagine what we'd do without you, Renwell.
Who, me? That's a little much.
Careful not to overdo it. I'm serious.
This
Yeah, I'll
ends
hit you with
now.
this.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you. A whirling struggle. Eagle assault. Get toasty.
Okay.
Bird strike!
It's so, the sound effect is so good on that one
Am I on a
specific
roll
one.
or what?
It's
Well, look who's-
so good. Okay,
In
this
a bright
is
and shiny mood.
optional, but okay. We also got SP, strength of magic charge, counter edge upon enemy defeat. Sure, not really looking to you guys for a counter edge. Okay, there's 10% of my CP, but at least we get some CP back.
Maybe it's time I try on something new.
You have Pierce emblem. What was that? Just got what is it called? Fairy ring. Art CP cost minus 20%. I would rather keep your penetration up because you do still do attacks. So I'm just going to not take that fight. And just going to not take either of these fights. Nope, let me through. There we go. No need to fight the big things if I don't need to. This way. Because like if I'm gonna have to fight things regardless, I would rather
Can't get out of this!
And again.
Swallow dance!
Dancing more goblet. You got company.
Talon storm! Double D
Tell Body Levis next week. The waters of creation.
You've got flyers.
I got it. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours.
Sealed.
you.
Hold nothing back. Double demon fang.
I'll heal you all.
Coming through.
Here we go, Mr. Arts.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here's
Two
a healing
lines.
arc.
The flame.
Healing some
Ignite.
Just getting started!
Blow away.
One more time.
Raining slash.
Hear me. Flame of fury.
We're cleaning house.
Let me take the rest of them!
Wow, someone's feeling lively.
As impressive as always.
And here I hope there wasn't food.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Freaking does it!
I'm not done.
You see what happened there as you crossed?
What would I do without
Shouldn't have
you?
done that.
Raining slash.
Okay, well, you guys are dark.
Blew away.
In here.
I'll
Okay.
crush you!
So you're gonna be doing weakness damage on them, which is nice.
Tenebrous claw!
I'm going to use the best medicine my
Double
family
demon fang.
has.
Burn in hell.
Is this it?
Oh,
Don't give up.
fucking damn it.
That freaking does!
Also, fucking. I thought I. Oh, because I had changed it once.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Eat this! I'll smash you!
Do not. Here, let me help.
There you go! That freaking does it!
Double demon fang.
Do it!
Kisara.
Go.
Commander of heaven.
Take that.
You're mine.
Prepare to be seen! You here and now!
Soaring light spear.
I need to pull myself
I'm
together.
sorry to be a father.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't even know the word defeat. A new lease on life.
Raining slash.
I'm out of ammo.
Blew away. Raining slash. Blew away.
Here, let me help.
you! This one's all mine! Eat dirt! Why'd you hear me?
Do it to stop you
Good.
guys. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Nice. This gets me whatever chest they're blocking, or we're guarding.
That was a little close for comfort.
Nice. Mystic Crest. Reduce casting time. Mystic Crest. Casting time less 20%. I would like to make one of those, but I'm not putting it on because I think the aggro down is probably a lot more worth it for, and also more damage is a lot more worth it for Rinwell. And the CP down and penetration is more useful for Xion. See, the nice part is I definitely don't feel under-leveled for any of this stuff, and I think it's because I did all of the, like, optional boss guys along with having them at full combo gauge. It just feels like it feels like I was more just above level coming into the final dungeon, and now I'm just at where I need to be, so I don't feel the need to take a whole bunch of...
Let the marksman handle this. Airborne beast.
I don't feel the need to take all the extra optional fights.
Enemies incoming.
We got flyers.
Then we'll take them down. Marksman handling.
All yours.
We got the advantage.
Boys, fire! Storm! Take this!
We don't have firearms here on Dana. I can show you mine if you like. That would be really...
In an instant!
Yo.
Impact cross! More Sukos?
Keep
See what
going and
happened
take
there
them
as you
down.
crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. Be still! Boys, fly! Strike! Boys, strike!
Leave the enemy arcs to me.
Put it in the center again.
Here. Reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Good.
More? Not today! Blew away! Raining slash! Blew away! We did it! My turn! Hit! Strike! Eagle assault! Raining slash! Blew away! Double demon fang!
You're really, really strong, Alphen.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around. As impressive as always.
More?
I can't imagine what you do without...
Oof, there's so much going on.
Phoenix Cyclone! No escape! No escape!
The waters of creation.
Void flash! Strike! Void flash! Strike! Eat dirt!
Don't mind if I do.
Burn! Next
Do
one!
it.
Shouldn't have messed with me! Blew away! No escape! Raining slash! Blew away!
I never miss. Your astrolots are truly incredible. Every little bit helps, right? Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
No. Yeah, Rinwell with the massive AoEs is helping immensely on these elevator fights.
I can feel my precision improving.
Okay. Especially because they're not very strong enemies, so it's like perfect. Okay. And so we should be coming up to another... nope. Okay. Elixir one. Okay, yep. That's how you know you're deep in. You just get a chest with an elixir in it. Excuse me. Just fucking dragon right there. Here be dragons. Okay, so this is dead end over there. Okay. that. Get chest, stamina ring. I mean, they may have AG cost of an art when cast, letting especially lucky casters unleash powerful arts with reckless
Looks like
abandon.
some solid equipment.
Yeah, see, but that's the thing where it's like, I feel like in this game, it's not the AG cost of an art that really affects it. It's the time it takes to cast, right? The cast time. I feel like a better accessory would be 50% chance or whatever to just instantly cast an art. At which point, then it's like, okay, yeah, that would be... It would probably be too broken. That's probably why they didn't do that, but like the AG cost is not the thing holding me back from doing any given art. Also, I haven't really been playing as Rinwell in the final dungeon, but I just like playing as Alphen. It's a bit more upfront, active kind of gameplay, which I think is a bit more interesting to watch as well. I would think anyone else could advise me if it's other than that. But that's what I would assume. Okay, we're just gonna yeet on straight through. Blazing sword, fire emblem. I did not need to come in here, but now I am going to pick these things up. God damn it! Used valuable CP to get in here. The thing to get double, the artifact to get double rock things, double ores, very good. Also, now I'm at this point, let's pop it, get 30 of those. Okay, leave me alone. Damn it, I was really hoping. Actually, you know what I can do? I can probably just flee from this, and then it'll go away. Because right when you flee, the enemies disappear. So, yeah, there we go. I don't keep the combo, but I don't even think I had the combo anymore. So it is more time efficient for me to just
The
run.
Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
It's like, nope, not even gonna deal with you. It would take far longer to
That's just
actually
supposed to
fight
show
you.
how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
Okay, let's operate under the assumption that that might be a fight. So let's just save.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
Do that, because I have so many happy
The astral
battles.
energy
This
here is
dungeon's
so
long.
dense.
Oh yeah, it's the final
It's like
dungeon,
trying
so
to walk through water.
you would think it would be, but it
I
could
know
be
the Great
longer if you're
Spirit's
taking
will is
every
in the
fight.
center of Rena, but
which
with
I'm
the
not.
world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is
favorite
horrifyingly
dungeon.
correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
I mean, I think just visually, like,
What's the matter,
the fact that it hasn't changed
Are you not
super
feeling all right?
significantly as we go
No,
through, which is kind
it's
of like,
nothing like
okay,
that.
like,
It just feels like the
Plants.
energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah, it's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
and it hates
But
people.
Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
She just immediately jumps in. She's like, yep, boop. It is just dark.
There was only meant to be one world.
Oh.
And your goal is to make them one.
Huh.
Is this fear?
I mean, at this point, want to make them one. You've already destroyed one of the two, so there's effectively only one left.
Happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed.
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really, really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world.
Okay.
But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
But we're not going to get an answer as to why they were separated.
How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
Though he's basically destroyed one of the planets.
Is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted. Like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
Can we step away from the
That
moat
sounds
of dark
a lot
energy?
Like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
We still have to go through the rest of the dungeon.
The Great Spirit
deal
merely
with all this,
expresses its
regardless.
desire. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
And the plan they chose?
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
It's already
Still,
out of hands.
Even if the current state of the world is wrong, like you said, does that really make everything okay?
No.
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
You don't know if there'd be no masters or slaves. Unfortunately. Ceaseless hunger. Okay. So I guess those happy bottles were
To think,
used
all
pointlessly.
this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevrecht 35 told us. The Danon and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Let's get philosophical
Those who
while
know
we
not
walk down this
satisfaction
final
are
dungeon
driven
steps.
to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
Yeah. Yeah, kids, don't eat too much candy. Have just enough. Okay. They're teleporting. You know, let's just take this fight. Okay,
Little help!
Smash you!
I'm going to need to use all my healing arts to accomplish
All good things come to an end.
These chakrams. So annoying.
I'm right beside you.
Go.
Lightning Tiger Blade! Now! Here I come! I'm not done! Inferno Punch!
Good. But yeah, this dungeon, unfortunately, in terms of like the reality of the dungeon, it has a lot of plot that it has to give as well, and to be able to even come close to having that be well spaced out, it almost necessitates that the dungeon itself is decently long. Unfortunately, I have to fight you. Like it has to be almost overly long to a point. Astro Isolation. I guess I could feasibly just run from these as well.
That'll bring you down. I'll shoot them out of the sky.
You picked the wrong fight!
Hit a word.
Incineration Wave!
Take this! So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that is
Now's our
true.
chance.
You see what happened there is you crossed me.
Try this.
Shouldn't have done that.
You serious?
Takes this.
I'm going to need to use all the power of the healing arts to accomplish this.
I'll crush
Good.
you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
How much health do you have?
Hollow dance! Double demon fang!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
Out of here.
What a relief!
Blew away!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Go.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Big fire damage. Good.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Okay. I mean, that's a teleport, so. Maybe.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander,
Need to go. I got my combo.
but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean.
Darn it.
There are no fish here.
Oh, Astro Agony.
Hi, Hoodle.
You know what? No, we're just flaming.
That freaking does it!
I'll heal you
Super
all.
swallow dance!
You got too much health.
Okay, guys, think it's time
Okay,
to run.
here I go.
Good. Glad that she was able to
here
get a
I go.
healing thing out. Okay. 'Cause you know what? I don't need the combo. I got so many happy bottles. that it's not even funny. That's why they're called happy bottles, not jokester bottles. Excuse me while I just thread that needle. Combat. And then... You know, let's see if I can run from these.
Dispose of the trash.
Like, how are these guys programmed in terms of their existence? Are they programmed as gatekeepers that will not disappear when fled from? Or, yeah, they are not. So, it makes me wonder how the speedrun handles it. Probably, like, I have to imagine it's like, get to X whatever level and then just run from everything, because it just disappears. Right? It is faster to run than it is to take the fight. It's like, yeah, I am giving up XP, SP, and all that other fun stuff. But at this point as well, I have so many of the skill trees unlocked. And I have equipment and armor. It's pretty darn
really
good.
A part of Rena's great
Where's it?
spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant,
Oh, are you
is there that much
serious?
point getting rid of it?
Oh, these bastards. They put a goddamn, like, mini boss rush or something. Earth Astral Energy Separator. Please don't. Okay. Please just have it be a...
That enemy looks strong. I bet
Ooh,
it'll
I
be
wonder.
worth a... I have a
Can it? Oh, can off. Okay.
bad feeling about this. This one's mine. Arctic waterfall.
Burn! Glimmer flame!
Flame of fury. Burning strike. It's a doozy.
Armor won't save you!
I'll heal you all.
Flying freaks! What did they just
Commander
Oh.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Water hero call.
This one's all mine!
Pierce evil.
Try harder! My turn! These fists have got your name on them! Here I come! My turn! Void Flash!
Overwhelming trouble.
Raider Flash!
Winds of
Blow
fate.
away! I'll
Okay.
crush you!
So hopefully
Lightning
these
reflexes!
6 fights do not take too long. Because I still haven't had dinner. Now, we're getting to a point where I might just not have dinner tonight.
Raider Flash!
Lightning.
Incineration Wave!
I'm out of ammo. In the wind.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time.
I really don't.
Take this! Lost my focus! Blow away! Try harder! Blow away! Raining Flash! Blow away! Coming through!
This...
Ha! Now!
I do not feel like this dungeon needed a mandatory 6 enemy.
The enemy is going all out. Take
Like, you really need this kind of... You?
You're mine! Struck! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
a wailing banshee of
Try
lightning.
harder!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
I never miss.
Now you see what I can do! Okay, here I go!
Eat this.
Double demon hit! Coming through!
Okay.
Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Far beyond the darkest sky. I
You still have so much health.
In here.
Take this!
I'll be
Freaking does it! I'm on it! That's enough! Blow away! Raining Flash!
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done.
Here I come! I'm not done! flame on them!
The waters of creation!
Ignite! Shattering! Pieces! Running slack! Eagle assault!
In here!
Raining slack! Eagle fly! Smash you!
Denied!
Raining slack!
Can't move! Don't leave me!
Damn it. Whatever.
Sorry to be a bother. Take
We've
that.
all got enough on our plate.
Yes, ma'am. Can't get out of this.
Flame of death! Eat dirt!
Blew away.
Water, hear my
Raining slack!
Divine
Blew them off.
Go.
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
I was really hoping
I've been doing really great
maybe they
lately.
fortress
The design
armor.
of this equipment is really interesting.
Okay, it's not as good as the rare plate. Skill panel. There we go. Increased awakening. Yeah, near death.
You must really like it, Alphen.
Worst part is, unless it's like very particularly timed, it's going to be difficult to take the chain from one thing to the next. Oh. Okay, interesting. You know what? That's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. It was literally choose any of them. That is far better than I was expecting. You're detected in the security of multiple astral energy separators. Transference disabled until their safety is... Oh, okay. So if you want the ability to fast travel out before what I presume is the final boss, you need to you need to go get rid of all of them. But you only need one to get to the boss. That's, you know what? I can appreciate that. That's not nearly as bad as it could have been. Okay. Let's head on in. Hopefully you don't need to wait for it to go all the way up before it like happens.
A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
Hell yeah.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Indeed it does.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go!
Let's go. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break just before this. That way I can run the ad so we don't get interrupted. Okay, and I am back. So let's put that there. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Zoom. Let's go. Once you proceed past this point, there's no turning back. Touch that stream, proceed onward. Hell yeah. Can't stop, won't stop. We're this far in. We're 4 hours in. 4 hours and 14 minutes. I thought I was going to be here at like 2.5 hours. But I had no idea how long Thunder was going to be. Along with all the fucking skits, man. But, I mean, overall, it's been pretty good. Final Dungeon was alright. Nothing, like, too surprising. In terms of, like, design choices. Can't appreciate I appreciate the wide halls to be able to run around a lot of the enemies. Okay. This is interesting. Definitely an arena. Definitely more final bossy. Design-wise, it's odd. I mean, yeah, I guess we are in a flower, so I guess it makes sense that it's very plant-esque. Very, like, a whole bunch of leaves and stuff. Yeah.
Are we on that giant flower?
Giant flower.
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter?
Oh, damn it, I forgot to use
According
my
to
DLC
Hebrek
stat
35.
boost. Oh, whatever.
This should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
Want me to punch the ground? Is the will condensing into a thing that we can fight? For ease of fight? Oop.
The Renaissance!
Perfect.
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Something. For a second, that was going to be Volron. But you know what? That's Eldritch-looking enough. Yeah, we're in a big flower, so making it kind of plant-like makes sense.
It wants us gone. It has so much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
Well.
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
Sick.
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
Hey, could the voices be a little bit higher? Like, volume-wise?
What do we do now?
Yes,
almost
less.
inside that thing. And I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
It's so loud.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form,
Final
cutting
fight
through
time.
is what we'll do.
Hell yeah. Let's. Now, question: Phase 1, Phase 2, or Phase 3? Or is this just it? Although I guess Tales games don't usually. Well, no, the final boss usually has 2 phases, as far as I remember, at the very least. So let's not use all my
Great
elixirs.
Spirit, you understand how to live. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first, you'll have to get through us.
Yeah, mister.
Everyone, let's go!
Yeah! great. Astro Spirit level 58. That's not. Dark 270.
Energy for you to consume, and we're not
Oop,
puppets for
okay.
you to control.
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now.
Grenade!
Double demon fang!
In a bind,
Eagle Eye! More for the stop.
Denied!
The waters of creation. Let me help.
Demon fang!
Stand. The enemy is going all out.
away.
Now.
What's this? Raining slap!
Glacial
The
Spear.
flames is what I can hear! This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
I will use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Burn in hell!
A wailing banshee of lightning. Divine savior.
Eat this!
Watch this. Here goes.
Okay, half health.
Lightning tiger blade!
Not too bad.
Now we're never
God damn it.
Rain down. Downfall. Damn it. Out of ammo. First aid.
Rain slap!
Cover you.
Incineration
Got me in
wave!
your sight. Fire the
What in the world is this round thing?
That attack is the Lord's handiwork?
I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick!
I should probably also.
Away! It's go time! Raining slap!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Leave the enemy's arms to me!
Fuck.
Don't give up!
Okay, life bottle.
No complaints here! Eat this! I can carve through armor!
Tidal wave!
Fuck! God damn it.
Air thrust! Attain between
Double
heaven and earth!
demon fang! Inferno
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Try harder! Take this! Now or never! Take this!
I'll be saving this one!
Not a chance!
Here, let me help! Take it to my standard!
Here and now!
Heal!
Demon fang!
Radiant!
Ignite! Okay, here I go!
Here!
Blow away!
Lunar corruption!
Incineration wave! You're mine!
Raging
I'm on!
Okay, let's use heavy treat.
Get!
Let me show you
I'm
what
not
my
done!
arts can do!
First strike!
Oh,
Now you're talking! What's this? Shattering the pieces!
Good.
I'll crush
We-
you!
We like Meteor on
Like
AoEs.
this! Tenebrous claw!
Multiple
I'll
enemies.
tear you apart!
hear my call! Go get it! Blood! Confiscated!
No. Stop that.
Here's evil! In here!
Inferno fire!
I'm saving this one!
Eagle eye!
Come on.
All disasters may
Do it!
end.
Go.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Good. Presumably phase 1, because that didn't feel too. That didn't feel too bad.
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. You just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
Yeah. Honestly, I remember at the start of the game I didn't care for Alphen's like special thing being making him go really low on health. But now I'm like, I'm fine with it because I have people that can use res and
conserving its
got
energy
plenty
for
of healing
escape.
items.
That bastard took off with the Renaissance!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's jump in the
No
ominous
matter
portal.
what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
Hell yeah. Not rushing though. We're gonna walk. Now here's for Final Dungeon 2.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all.
No, that would be mean.
What in the hell is this place?
Oh, hello. Okay,
It's
yeah.
me. I've never seen anything like it.
This stage is a lot more
importantly,
Final Bossy.
Where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
Like, look at this bit. We're doing Final Destination right now. Oh, look at those fucking weak points.
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on. We've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way.
Oh no. Jobber enemies.
Yes, they're here to try
Which
to
is
stop
kind
us.
of annoying.
There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving.
I could do without this.
Get out of our way
Like,
already.
I didn't expect such
I could do
big
without
from
this
supreme being.
section.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human.
Whatever it is.
Like, just let me fight the boss. I don't need...
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground. Great. Next, you're mine. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. Here I come. The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
This is may have been running out of ideas, so it's fine. Yeah.
Between heaven and earth.
Watch this. I'll crush you.
Okay. At least that's happening. I mean, yes, this feels... It feels like they were unneededly trying to pad. Like this just feels like unneeded padding. Because it's not adding anything that you haven't already done multiple times through the dungeon itself. Well, chances are I'm actually not going to get to the post-game content because it's already 9:21. So by the time I finish this and get through all the story that's presumably going to be there, I'm going to probably want to call it. And I'm not planning to stream any of the post-game content. It's like its own thing. Go. But yeah, Fontana was saying like you can get there's a quest where you get Edna from Zisteria in your party, which I think is pretty neat. Go. Took care of that. Luckily, we didn't have to use any healing items, so that helps. Well, you don't get her. It's more that you. Oh, okay. See, I thought she was a. Fontana said she was a party member. Well, okay. I mean, still, that's fun.
Brace yourselves. We're going to crash.
We're gonna crash because it's not like we had any control over this fucking rock. Okay. You ready, you tree mother flipper?
We caught up to it.
We back on the leaf shape. I like the other arena better. Look at those weak points.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
Someone reach down his throat and pull it out. Okay. Am I back at full health? Subsumer. No, I'm not. You guys aren't cool.
Right now. And this time, we really mean it.
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can't
Okay.
get through this together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate.
So stay on your toes, everyone. Now you see what I can do.
Power's overwhelming.
Good AoE. Some of the post-game content is really just throwback to previous Tales games, but just the specific characters. Okay.
Go! Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law.
That's what I'm trying to do, bro.
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Rip and tear! Run and thrust!
For the stockpile.
Eagle assault! Incineration wave!
There we go.
You and me!
Ah,
From
okay.
here on out!
Good. Okay, excuse me. Just gonna come over here and.
Amazing. All that astral energy.
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! This should do it!
Well, I just use
No more
a shit ton of my.
begins here!
Yeah, okay. I don't think I've seen that one before. Just use a crap ton of my HP.
Always impressive.
Got plenty of it. You know what? Fuck it. Elixir.
Now all that's left is the middle.
Let's do it.
Incineration wave! My turn!
Between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning. Water, hear my call. All fleet power to an end.
Smash you!
Another elixir.
Spear. Here's evil.
I should do it! I'll finish you here and now!
Oh, okay. I'm glad I.
Water, hear my call.
My turn! No escape! You're finished! You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Here I go!
Hey, can we?
Not enough time to heal everyone.
So what do we do?
Yeah.
Play dead. Shut up and be more defensive.
Or how about that?
Not a chance!
The waters of creation.
It's over!
Glacial spear. Here's evil.
I'm not done! Not today! Rip and tear!
Tidal wave.
Blow away!
Purge.
Oh, you got your thing again?
By the power of flame.
My turn!
Fair.
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow, if that's what you
This is
Here we go.
This ends now!
I love my elixir having HP using for attack boosts. Attack ass. Just from full to like 5. It's almost over. Almost. It's a good thing I haven't used all my elixirs in Omega Elixir, because maybe there's another phase. It's a good thing that we didn't land in a whole bunch of hollow. Honestly, I feel like I'm handling this final boss a lot better than any of the other Tales games' final bosses. Like, Vesperia's fucking atrocious. Excuse me while I just use this Mystic Art like 20 fucking times in the fight that will just reduce everyone's HP to 1. 'Cause fuck you.
Yeah! We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Oh no. God damn it, Volren. You're like, seriously, okay. But I mean, of the fights, this is fine. But what the fuck, dude? You're supposed to be dead. But you need a round 3, I guess.
Just as I told you I would.
Where's the rest of our friends? Oh, is he just...
The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Hey, Dolium, how would you get the fuck over here?
Sion! Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Yo, are we fucking dueling Volron right now? Because if Shion's doing that, I don't think she'll be able to fight.
Hand it over right now.
Well, you stop talking and just fucking attack him already.
You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Okay, let's kill him, finally.
Bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end.
Yo, it's sharing the power between the two of them. Yo, we flashing sigils? Yo, who you reppin'?
You think I'll let you? I'll save everyone. And Sion!
Oh god, I have to fucking duel Voron.
Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. But there are things in this world, here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. You control others to keep from being controlled. But that's a path of never-ending hatred.
Did that, I think, a little too fast.
It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward. Your weakness disgusts me. You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive!
You know it's a true fight because he's using ice katana.
The strong shall always triumph here.
Okay. Okay.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love,
people who would support and guide. You can't.
Oh, all my attacks are infernal attacks. That's...
Strikes spreading a skein of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for sport.
You?
Slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship.
What the fuck is this?
Is there no way for you to see this differently? Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous.
Can I not die in this fight?
Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you. Rendick, you will beg me for mercy. Not today.
I will say the concept of this fight is cool, but the fact that they don't like just randomly throwing in a you can't die fight right at the end, odd. Like an Oscar fight, yeah.
The blazing sword, the power Shion has bestowed upon me. I'll take you down! Explosive rings! Rising Phoenix! Hold nothing back! Rising Phoenix! Die already! Inferno Torrent! It's over! You are the last obstacle impeding my progress.
Yo. Unique mystic art shit. Okay.
Show you the limits of your solitude!
Okay. They decided, you know what, this is Victory Lap. Time for cinematic shit. Fuck yeah. Okay. Okay, I can get behind that. And then into anime. I can get... Okay. You know what? I can get behind what they did there. You duel him legitimately. And once you do that, then you get Victory Lap with cool fire moves. Oh no. The flame's going out. Maybe.
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that.
Just end him.
I know. You didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun.
I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness.
You're really going with the forgive your enemies theme pretty hard in this last bit.
To save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption.
Really should stand up.
And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun!
Volrun! GG, Alphen. You lost the fucking... You lost the magic thing we needed because you forgave him. You dumbass.
I'm sorry. The Renis Alma is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Renis Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't. I would never. It would kill you.
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either.
Yeah,
So please,
it's always been a love story.
don't let me be the end of the world.
We wouldn't be having this moral conundrum, Alphen. You just manned up and fucking killed the evil douchebag.
Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will.
Earth, give me your energy.
What are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
His heart is so
That's
big,
right.
he wants to save the other planet.
Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
But I'm in this tree right now.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength!
Spare ball time, yeah. Like, why is he asking the will? Didn't he just establish that the will isn't existent yet? He would need every person on Dana to be thinking it? Or is him saying it to the spirit vein, the will that's gonna get shot there for them to all think? Hey guys, it's your boy Iron Mask. If you could hold up your hands in the sky and say, hey, I don't want these guys to die, it would be appreciated. Fuck your clouds. I steal your approval, you like it or not. But, I mean, visually, thing looks cool. Like this anime sequence. Still think Alphen's a dumbass. Like, oh, we need the power of Spirit Ball because I decided to forgive an actual psychotic douchebag. Like, yeah. Oh. Here you go, take your sword back. Except this time it's rainbow light. Ah. Okay. And I'm also trying to talk because I can guarantee that this song is going to be. Yeah, he's kind of dumb. He's been like that the whole game. He has been dumb the whole game, but not like like. Would he have not killed the lords if they had fucking been knocked to their knees? I feel like the only one that even got that opportunity was Almadria. And even then, that was more like a, hey, Rinwell, what do you want to do? Yeah, they kissed because now the thorns are gone. Hell yeah. Shoop-de-whoop. But, okay, so... Are the worlds now merging together and just sandwiching Lenegus? Nice. Aruhen. Okay. Motion act. Oh yeah, because they probably did mocap to get the stuff. Okay. At each. That's interesting. I didn't even think about that. Cause like, yeah. Okay. That's. Wait till after. Yeah. Voice act. Yeah. Of course, these are the Japanese voice actors and actresses. But okay. I mean, while the credits are going, honestly, this is like maybe not in story wise, but definitely in like flow of the game, speed of the game, play of the game. This has been my favorite Tales game. Easy, bar none. Like the quality of life present and the combat system and the way it's handled and all the stuff. Definitely my favorite. Like without a doubt. Because this is the only Tales game that I think I've played where, by the end, I wasn't complaining about the combat systems. Like, was the final boss kind of like, eh? A little bit. I feel like they definitely didn't need that filler phase. But, yeah, overall, I think that this game has been pretty darn good. It's been my... Overall, I think it's been my favorite. Story-wise, I still think Vesperia or Symphonia were a little bit better. Vibe-wise, in terms of like, being slightly different, Berseria I think is still the toppest, where it's just like, yo, fuck that guy. I want to kill that guy. Revenge. I like that. It's cool. The gameplay is much better than previous. Yeah, exactly. So it makes me look forward to the next Tales game. Like, I can say that basically from Tales forward, I can say I'm excited. Any re-releases of old games, unless they are in the new engine or with distinct gameplay improvements, I don't think I'll go back and play them. Like the Tales of Graces F, that's getting like a remaster or whatever. I don't think I'm gonna go back and play that because it's probably still going to play and handle like an older game. But I hope that anyone that wants to play it likes it. But yeah, overall, I think that this game was very fun. I'm debating, like, it's either Xion or Rinwell for Best Girl. And like, Xion did carry with all those resurrections, so I guess I'll go with Xion. Did like Rinwell's big magic, and she was the only one that I actually enjoyed playing as other than Alphen. Okay. Big ass cloud of Ash Ranger. Rinwell is my Rinwell, like, it's a close second. It is a close second. But yeah, overall, great game, I feel. Like, not the best game I've ever played in terms of story, certainly. But in terms of like action game, it's pretty darn good. Like, I felt like I was able to do combos, which I didn't feel like I could ever do in any of the other Tales games, like, competently. Just really dislike Shion's character for having... yeah, because she is thorny. She's very much... she's going through a lot, as we found out. But I mean... You could also say that about Rinwell, where it's like, oh, it takes her a bit to stop just being like, fuck you, Renan, on site. But yeah, I get it. But, I mean, all of the voice actors' performances in this game were very good. Like, they cast everyone very well. And I would say their performances were very well directed and well done. The only like negative was that this was presumably done during COVID, so like some of the voice lines weren't of equivalent quality to other ones. Hand holding. Yay. Yay. Come on, where's the big group hug? Bring it in. Bring it in, group hug. Yeah. So, how many Tales games is this where it's, at the end of it, we've fused two worlds into one? Like, it looked much better in the anime rather than the actual manga.
Let's go.
I don't mind the models. I think this game in particular was made model first. Like, if that makes any sense, like, it's a very pretty engine. I almost feel like they probably made the 3D models first. To be here right now, in place only. This, like, the song is great. The song is great. It's so good. Like, I don't think anyone can ever yo, it's Iron Mask. But, yeah, it's just... like, I've been trying to listen to the song, but I can't think. The version song is so good, it's on my spot. Dude, it's such a good song. I remember I didn't even play Tales of Arise. I didn't like the Tales games. But I listened to this song because it's so good. It made me want to play it, and then I was like, Tales. But yeah, like overall, this game is just very fun. But yeah, it's just so good. So while that's going on, I guess I'll go over to the channel and add Shion as best girl to the ever-growing list. I hurt myself with psychic damage earlier today by going back and seeing when I like had some of my playlists made on the archive channel, and it hurt bad because I was like, oh, it's only been this many months since I played this game. No, it's been like a year and a half, 2 years or more. Like, it's fucking bonkers. And I'm like, oh, I'm old. So 71, which isn't necessarily 71 because a couple are doubled up and stuff, but Shion, Tales of Arise. Now the question is, what game am I going to be playing next? Because I got some games. Now it's a matter of, do I want to go right into another JRPG, or do I want to go into not a JRPG? Because basically the way I see it going forward, I really only plan to stream one game at a time. East 10 is really good. I mean, East 10 is really good. I want to get through some of the sub-goal games is basically what I want to do, so I can kind of free up, because next year we got Daybreak 2. And that's automatically going to be getting played. There is a non-zero chance that we also get Kai next year, which would also be a go above sub-goal game kind of thing. So, I kind of want to try and get through some of the sub-goal backlog beforehand to just kind of work that down. It's just a matter of, or even the next Tokyo Xanadu game as well. True that. Well, I don't know. Like, they haven't even stated that they're done developing that game yet. The reason why I don't think Tokyo Xanadu is going to be coming out next year is because of that precisely. Like, it might come out in Japan next year. I don't think Tokyo Xanadu could feasibly get an English localization next year. But what we could be getting is Daybreak 2, followed by Sky First Chapter Remake, followed by Kai at the end of the year. Because presumably, in terms of localization, it's NISA, Exceed because of their script, and then NISA. And after Daybreak 2 comes out, Kai is the only Trails game that they would have to localize or think about working on, because the one after Kai isn't done yet. It's not out in Japan even. So like there could feasibly be 3 separate Trails games that jump ahead of the sub-goal list, which is why I kind of want to get through it. Or not get through it, because I feel like that does a disservice to me enjoying the games. I want to work on the list before adding in any other stuff. Because East 10, that's always going to be there. I own it. I already bought it. And I know I'm going to like it, because East is great. So, like, that's almost like an evergreen game, where it's like, oh yeah, I can get to that. I waited a while to get to East 9. Like, so, like, I want to get to that, but I'm not worried about it either. But in terms of games on the list, just so you're aware, well, actually, I can't bring my mouse. So, I'm either going to be doing Ratchet 3, like Ratchet and Clank 3, which is up your arsenal, Sly 3, which is, Honor Among Thieves? Because it's... No, wait. Sly 1 is Thievius Raccoonus, Sly 2 is Band of Thieves, and then 3 is Honor Among Thieves, if I remember correctly. Feeling that Falcom is trying to do World Rise within a month or 2 of the Japanese release, since they realized that the Western audience is growing less patient. I heard that they're going to... I heard that they would... Creator's Office used... Oh yeah, because they did the opening. That's why I knew the opening. Okay. I heard that for East games, they're looking to like get it down to a few months, and for Trails games to get it down to like half a year or 8 months, if I remember right. I'm trying to remember the interview I read, or the article I read. And like obviously, first chapter remake has the benefit of the script already existing and only needing minor updates or changes depending on what they add. Because they said that they were going to add in certain other references to kind of keep continuity at the timetable, where it's like, oh yeah, you can reference this happening in Calvard right now, or this happening in Erebonia based on what we know from that was added in future games. But that's like very minor. But like those are kind of things where it's like, yeah, you'd be able to have like worldwide release at the same time. Other ones, it's still like apparently now NISA is on like the same level of interaction with Falcom in development as like Cloud Leopard Entertainment is, who does like the Korean and I think the Chinese translations. So like they gonna have access to the script during development insteed of at release. Yeah, also apparently Skyfirst Remake will be worldwide at the same time as JP, but yeah, and that's only possible if they're using the Exceed script. So yeah, but okay, now we're in, I guess, future times. So hey, this is all cool. And if I remember right, it's like, doesn't the DLC for this game take place like now, like before this part in the credits? But that could be the script is Arya. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, like there's no way they're getting to worldwide releases, I think, with Trails games that are new. I think it's almost always going to be delayed by some decent amount of months. Maybe not a year, but at the very least 6 months. Also, based on interviews, he said, oh yeah, the arc after Calvert is going to be the last arc. Not sure if we should trust that, but we also don't know how many games are going to be in that arc, because Cold Steel had 4, plus Reverie, if you count that as Cold Steel 5, so it could be a long arc. But it's not like we also have all that many games left, I guess, in the series to appreciate a shorter release window. I mean, it would still be nice, don't get me wrong, but that's just in my head as well. Yeah, I think it was worth playing, especially since I played this game on release and the DLC came out like 2 years after the game came out. And I was like, yeah. Yeah, there are certain aspects of games like this where it's like after release, you have a sweet spot amount of time to be able to release story DLC and still have it feel relevant. Because like a lot of people, if they wanted to play a story DLC, they would have to go back and replay the game to refresh themselves. Unlike Elden Ring, right? Where it's like, you don't really need the story for Elden Ring. The big thing with that one is making sure you killed the right bosses and even have access to the thing. But if you're just using one that you already beat the game, the chances are you already beat those bosses. And like most people aren't going to Elden Ring for the story or the lore, they're going for the play. So it's not even that big of a deal. So they were able to do it. But this game is too far afterwards. It's like, yeah, sorry. Trail series ends, I'm gonna need something else to do with my life. Yeah. Replay the Trail series, that's what. See, I am curious to know, after Trails, if they are going to try and not do another Trails series, but do like another similar kind of thing where it's like a multi-game interconnected narrative, but like pare it back a little bit. Be like, okay, maybe let's say it ends on game 23 because we're on game 18. What is Kai? 17, 18? Let's say they add another 5 some odd games on like 22. Right, let's pare it back. Let's have it be like a 5-game interconnected story. Story DLC for Rise also takes away everything you worked for in the base game. Effectively works as an okay. Hey, yo, they're just living together, farmers. That's nice. Of course, the younger employees of Pokemon want to start working on a new, fresher game that is not connected to the show. Yeah, which I mean makes sense. Because that was originally the entire point or idea of like Tokyo Xanadu, right? It was like, hey, new guys, make something new. With this engine that we're already using, mind you, and a lot of shared assets with Trails and East and whatnot, but make something new. So like I get the idea, because like when you think Falcom, you're thinking Trails East. I presume people would like to make different games as well. And power to them, like at least Tokyo Xanadu has Toe. Indeed, it does. Now the question is Toe going to be in the new Tokyo Xanadu? Right? Is she going to continue being a recurring character in the multiverse of Falcom? We can only hope. We can only hope. But overall, this game, very fun. Greatly enjoyed. Yo, they got married. Hell yeah. Yo, fucking Law's pose right there. Oh, that's nice. Hey. Yeah. Oh no, Hootle. In Rinwell's not. She was like, I was gonna catch the bouquet. You son of a bitch. Aw, and they're happily holding hands because now there's no thorns. Even though she's wearing a rose crown, which should have thorns, but they've all been plucked, I guess. Finn. Yay, Destined Liberator. Okay. My controller's shut off, so I'm just gonna do it like this. But overall, this is a very fun game. I was very pleased with it. After the nightmare ending to Zestiria that I had, I am glad that this game effectively broke what I would consider my Tales curse of just, oh yeah, this is fun, yeah, this is good. And then it hits something that's just like, oh, I hate this. I want to be done with the game. I'm glad that this game broke that trend. I hope that they continue using this engine for whatever the next Tales game is. I hope it's as good to play and feel, and I hope that maybe the story is a tad more like don't get me wrong, the story was interesting, I think mostly in setting, right? Like the fact that they start off with being aliens. There are aliens in this game. And it's like, you thought you were playing a fantasy game? No, there's aliens. And I'm like, okay. And you know what those aliens do? They enslaved you. There's racism. And it's like, okay. You're coming out with some strong themes and setting pieces. Okay. Sure, it's great the first half and then it drops off. See, I don't think, like, I didn't feel like it dropped off. It just felt like it didn't have the same, like, I don't know, like the twists didn't feel as unexpected as they could have felt. Like, it starts off on like a lot of really good high concept things that's like, oh, this is really interesting. And then it's like, okay, and you're dealing with them as we could expect in like a reasonable way where it's like area by area. But because you have to deal with it in like the elemental order, not necessarily in order, but it's like, hey, element by element, it's like, okay, how many different twists on these people are enslaved can you really do, right? You have fire slavery, and it's like, okay, everyone sucks, but they're kind of like together. You have Cyslodia slavery, where it's like, everything sucks and everyone doesn't trust each other because they got like secret police everywhere. It's like, okay, cool. Then you got Eldimancia slavery, where it's like, oh, actually, we're not all that enslaved. Who'd have thought? And then you have the Wind Area one, where it's like, we're dealing with post-slavery because we have liberated ourselves, but not actually, and they all get KO'd, so now we're all sad. And then you have just straight up, you are basically robots kind of slavery. And it's like, okay, you experimented with different things, but like, it starts to lose its push when you realize it really doesn't matter what flavor of slavery there is, because it doesn't change what we're going to do, right? We are always going to go to the Lord and we are going to beat the shit out of them. Especially when you know that you have a full party. Because once you get Dohalim and Kisara, it's like, there's no one else that can fit on that start screen. So, I know that I'm not getting any more people. Which means that I'm going to be beating the shit out of every Lord past this. And then you get to the point of like, okay, Dan is free. How are you going to interact with the next planet? And that's where it starts to be like, okay, we go revisit everything to do the optional boss fights, but you don't even have to. But then there's like the wedge. It's like, it doesn't feel like it falls off. Like, I don't think it gets bad. It just becomes average is what I would probably say. Like, it goes from standout, interesting, to average. Like, and I don't think that's bad, right? There's nothing bad about an average story. It's just sad to see it go from a high to a stable midpoint. Because I would say reasonably, all I ask for from a game is not a bad story, right? Like especially with the Tales game, like, it's a, like, regardless of how average the story is, the characters are what I would say carry this. I really like the characters in this game. Now, mind you, I think some of the other Tales games had like more unique characters in terms of like, oh, you are like a real odd one, or you are like definitively like, I am interested in you and knowing what you're about. This game, I think, had a general good umbrella of like, oh yeah, I like all of you in some different way. And I think that's what like kind of helps it not feel as bad. Like, if you're not doing any of the skits and only doing the main story, then it would probably feel like more of a dip. 9 to 6 is not the worst job of it. It's rough and got boring after leaving down. Yeah. I mean, I would say, luckily, you don't stay off of Dana all that long, right? Like, in terms of areas, you have Lenegus, which is one area, and then you have this, like, final dungeon, right? Like, I think the faster, right? Like, take some of the sections and make them shorter, remove some of the fights that you can't get around, right? Like, condense the areas, because Dana is so strong of like an area to explore and see the story. Like, if they made the final dungeon shorter because they like forced more of the answers into some other areas, then that may have been better. Like, there are definitely things that I think they could have done to maybe bump it up in terms of pacing, or to not have the fall off feel as drastic. But once again, overall, this is a good game, and I would suggest this to people, right? Where it's like, when you're playing Trails, if someone bounces off one game, you always tell them, oh, go to the first game of a different arc, right? If you bounced off of this one. That's the advice. If I were to say, hey, did you bounce off of the older Tales games? Did you bounce off of Symphonia or Vesperia or even Berseria? Try Arise. Like, I think because Arise didn't try to do weird bullshit in its combat system, it benefited greatly. Like, it made Mystic Arts easy and understandable to use. It was like, hey, are you in this mode? If yes, you can use Mystic Art. Congratulations. Go hit a guy and hold 2 of the buttons. Great. Perfect. Awesome. Like, hey, you have aerial moves. You have ground moves. We clearly indicate what ones put you in the air and clearly indicate what ones put you on the ground. Like, I would say the downfall once again, the biggest weakness in the battle system is that there are certain enemies that, specifically certain enemies, it's like you need to punch armored enemies and you need to vine dodgy enemies, but you also are dependent on building BG gauge, which is not great when you have multiple of those kinds of enemies on the field, because it's like, oh, bro, I used it on one, but it's not a big AoE, so I need to build it up again to deal with it. But it's not the worst. There are far worse systems in other Tales games. Someone who doesn't like the Berseria gameplay, Arise is so much better. It has been a long time since I played Berseria. If you go to my archive channel, it is so far back, man. I can barely remember Berseria's gameplay. All I know is by the end of the game, I was ready to be done. And I don't even think it was because of the gameplay. I think it was because I got lost in the final dungeon. Like, I think Berseria held me for a good long while, and it was just the final dungeon that I was like, this is too long, and I got lost in there, and I'm annoyed. I think that was literally it. Like, but I think Arise has my favorite gameplay, bar none, easy, is not even a question. But yeah, like, overall, 100% can suggest this game to really anyone that, like, if someone said, I want to get into Tales, I don't know if I would say play this game first, because it could spoil them with quality of life and shit, which is a weird thing, right? Being like, hey, if you like Tales of Arise, it does not mean you will like the other Tales games, which is, like, power to them for trying to do different stuff each game. But at the same time, if there is just such a drastic difference in gameplay quality and systems that, like, you can't reasonably suggest playing all the other Tales games if you liked one of them. Like, if someone liked Trails in the Sky, I could say, yeah, go play the rest of them. You're not gonna dislike the other games. You're not gonna dislike Zero if you liked Sky First Chapter. I don't think you would dislike Cold Steel if you liked Sky First Chapter. Maybe you think Daybreak is a little weird compared to Sky First Chapter, but I don't think you would dislike it. But if you liked Tales of Arise, or I guess equivalently, if you liked Daybreak, I could still suggest going back to First Chapter. Just, you know, temper the expectations. But if you like Tales of Arise, I can't say you would like Symphonia, even if I said temper your expectations, because some of like the key battle aspects are just so vastly different, right? Like comboing doesn't feel as good because of the way that like the systems are used, right? Like this way, using AG as like the dots that come back, it's like, oh, that feels really good, feels nice, feels awesome. Other games didn't handle it that way. But in the same vein, it's like, oh yeah, this game you're able to free run around the thing. You go back to Symphonia, you can't do that. It's not gonna even feel like it's in the same series. Like, the connecting string between the games is skits and items. And maybe some of the enemies you fight, maybe. But it's really just those two aspects that really tie them together as like a series. Which is like kind of... But regardless, I've been going for almost 5.5 hours, and I finally beat the game. And I am still hungry, and I have not eaten dinner. I don't think I will eat dinner. Might just go have a snack, because I'm going to bed probably in like 45 minutes. But regardless, unfortunately, Fontana was not seemingly able to join us. Oh well. But thank you very much, Keeve, for dropping by. Thank you, Wolfslash, for dropping by. Thank you, Gearho, for dropping by. And thank you, everyone else who was just hanging out and lurking. It was much appreciated. And I hope you all have a very nice night for the rest of the weekend. And I will figure out what I want to play on Monday when Monday comes. So I hope you all have a nice night. Bye.